Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Playing Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, the names Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, JMails24, Unimento, Iron26, Endless, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon are below this video, and with that I'll hand across to whoever is in Google Meet and Discord so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. How's you?
Everything is roses.
Everything's what?
Remember that in Scarface? Everything is roses.
Everything is roses? Well, that's good to hear. I'm a bit under the weather, hoping a few people will join today. But I've got a dead cat on my mic, so I can have my fan on. Very pleased with that. Hello, John.
Are you saying you're feeling a little sick?
Yeah. You know,
Yeah.
you go to sleep with a cold and then you wake up and you've got a really bad stomachache and you feel like you want to throw up. That's how I feel.
Oh, Refracted's here.
Yes.
Only in spirit.
So I went in 24/7 this morning because I was bored. And they proceed. There's a guy in there. I think he's an Indian guy. He's for $1,000 fee. He intends to help us get Flat Earth out there because he owns some call center. I was like, we don't need your help. But he's a baller. So, you know, when push came to shove, with measurements in all engines.
How can he be a baller if he knows our message?
Well, you know what they claim? They claim that, you know, he started going into some Galileo nonsense. And the reason why we're not converting is because I said, who's trying to convert? We're just having a conversation here. You happen to be here because you're in pain. We know that. But who's he claiming? Hold on, I'll find it. I jotted a few things down. Oh, about flight. The altimeter works on sea. Don't laugh too hard. Works on sea level, not ground level.
Why are you telling me this? Am I missing something, Neil?
That's the rebut against flight.
That's not a rebuttal.
No, it's a concession.
Okay. So this guy's just hustling work up for his call center then?
That wasn't even a concession. That's like walking up to somebody and asking them why they believe the Earth's a globe and then sticking a shotgun in their mouth and pulling the trigger.
It's not ground level like you Flat Earthers seem to think. This is some other guy. It wasn't a call center guy. I'm mixing them up. but they both were saying the same nonsense. But yeah, it's measured by atmospheric pressure. That's how the level flight is measured.
Measured level with atmosphere, oxymoronic, sphere-shaped air. Okay, so they measure it level, sea level, ground level, with sphere-shaped air. Great. So we're measuring it flat with sphere-shaped air, are we? Okay. If you suggest that sphere-shaped air can give us a flat measurement, then fair enough.
When I got that, it's not ground level, it's sea level. Oh boy. But then there's another, what's the other one? Hold on. The absolute altitude is height above ground level, you know? But the
Okay.
other one is height above sea level.
So we're going to need a sea level and a ground level then.
Yeah, it's funny.
So welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, we're going to need a set of points that are either higher or lower than the other, uh, forming a straight line to describe this, but still a ball? Question
No,
mark, question mark.
nobody's saying that. They haven't even said that.
Yeah, there's no ball mentioned at all. It's only talking about sea level and ground level.
I'm
And
saying
the way you measure it is with the barometer.
it might have started with you guys are wrong because, okay, we're wrong because. So you want us to be wrong. Okay, so you've established your position as an anti-flat earther. No matter what I say, you expect me to be wrong. Okay, so you're wrong because flat Earth sea level, flat Earth ground level. Okay, so you say I'm wrong. Wanker. No. John says that proves ball because no, they didn't say that. They just affirmed how flat Earth must be, and prior to that suggested that we would be wrong as a result of how right we are.
Beautiful stupidity, isn't it?
Yeah, I just looked it up. Listen to this. The altitude indicated on the altimeter when the correct barometric pressure is set.
Okay.
Yeah, these isobars come in metrics. Does anybody know what an isobar is?
Well, you're gonna have to read it off a flat, right?
It was in the flight data.
Yeah, there's no other way you can read any data, correct?
Yeah, it's a straight line. Yeah.
So now true altitude is height above sea level.
Yes. Mean sea level. Mean sea level, not sea level.
Well, they
Mean
just
sea
say
level.
sea level. So pressure altitude, the altitude indicated on the altimeter based on a standard atmospheric level. This is sometimes used in flight planning calculations.
Hold on. Now he's got a contradiction in terms. Atmospheric level. Now I was suggesting that if you're going to try and measure a flat Earth with the oxymoronic sphere-shaped air, then fair enough, you can call it what you like. But the sphere level, no. Now we've got a contradiction in terms, haven't we?
Yeah, because he's using level and spherical in the same sentence.
That's not possible.
Yeah. I mean, it's because they don't even realise they're doing it. That's why John feels the need to apologise on their behalf, no offence, John, and step in and say, that means ball, because they haven't overtly stated it. But what they have overtly done is declared their flat earth measurements that they will be using. And then they try and incorporate their oxymoronic sphere-shaped air into the claimed measurement of how flat earth must be. And then they incorporate the oxymoronic sphere-shaped air into the word level. Now, they just sound like idiots, don't they? Now that we know the game and can spot it a mile away, they just sound like idiots. We don't need to be stepping in to apologise for them not saying that proves the ball, because it doesn't. It's a declaration of how flat they're measuring Earth. But when they use contradictions in terms like atmosphere level, that makes no sense, and they just sound stupid. So yeah, I've got a dead cat, so I can have the fan on while I've got the show going, and you can't hear any fan noise. Well, I'm assuming you can't hear my fan going, right?
No, we can't hear anything except your voice.
Yeah. So I've got a shotgun mic with a windsock and then a dead cat on top of it, just to cut out the noise of my fan, and it works because the fan's just producing wind. So if it's quite a, not a very quiet, not a very noisy fan, which this one isn't. It's a quite expensive one my mother gave me after she got air conditioning. She had a surplus Dyson fan. They're like $400. She's like, do you want this fan? I'm like, yes, please. So I snatched that up immediately. But it's not particularly noisy, as in mechanically noisy. But what it is noisy as, like most fans, is the actual air rushing over the camera. But because that's so frequently a problem for a microphone, people filming outdoors, they've actually figured ways of mitigating for wind noise. So for a few quid, I can now have a fan on, and it's silent as far as it's like a miracle as far as I'm concerned. By the end of an hour show, my brain's boiling. Like, I sound drunk. If you listen to the last 2 or 3 weeks of shows, by the time we get to the end of each show, I sound like I'm drunk because I'm dehydrated because of the temperature in here, just going up and up and up and up. If I can get the air moving around a little bit, at least that.
Yeah, you need an air conditioner. Forget about the air moving around. An air conditioner.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Listen to this one, because this one uses gravity, which we know is nonsense. The wings of the airplane are designed to create lift, an upward force that opposes the downward force of gravity. Wow, they are outdated, are they not?
110 years out of date.
They shouldn't be talking about up and down.
Good point. Why are we giving them anything with a perpendicular to planes of reference downward vector of gravity when A, it's out of date by 110 years, gravity is not a force, and B, you haven't got a down with respect to a sphere Earth that they haven't mentioned. Even if they do describe gravity, let's start saying, okay, number one, you're out of date. You don't know what you're talking about. That's clear. You're an idiot. That's the first thing. You don't know your own stupid rhetoric. But their stupid rhetoric requires a flat Earth, doesn't it?
Yes, and let me explain that there was I missed the parentheses.
Making a point,
in parentheses.
Before you do.
Sorry.
Well, the point is that rather than pointing out, like John's just done second time, like where's the ball is kind of how you're approaching this, John, aren't you?
Yeah, just to be silly, yeah.
But why not just, you need a flat Earth for this? I know that's typically your stance, and it's good that you're taking a slightly different stance because it means I can bounce off it. But the approach of, you're not actually pointing out where your ball rhetoric sits into this, isn't the approach I want to take. It's the, you require a flat Earth for this then rhetoric. Because if they're not keen to mention a ball, there's a reason for it. It's because it doesn't slip in, it doesn't slide in with their flat, plain, downward rhetoric in this instance. It needs to be perpendicular to a plane. It's a downward bias. Down. How you can have down on a ball isn't going to be the question we should be asking. It's, you require perpendicular as an axiom to describe this, don't you? Well, perpendicular to what? The planar surface of Earth if you're weighing something. Okay, well, Earth's flat then. For you to axiomatically utilise perpendicular, then you will require Earth to be a plane to describe down with. So Earth's flat then. For your stupid out-of-date gravity.
In parentheses, they had weight next to gravity, just so you know.
Yeah, perpendicular to a plane of reference. So Earth's flat then.
See, that's why I was kind of opposed that. I didn't say it, but I got a little cringe because AJ was taking him through some sort of 28-mile laser test, and it's like then he's saying, "But where's the How did he phrase it? He didn't say drop, but he was trying to say that if you're on a ball, then Earth should be demonstrating something else." But
Why? Why are we doing that in 2025?
I don't know.
If Earth's a ball, then it should be doing this. So why not just give them their entire argument on their behalf, telling them what Earth should be doing if it's a ball? Me, I'm trying to incorporate out the lack of ball-shaped claim from our opponent and just point out the absolute necessity of a flat plane in this instance.
Yeah, that's what I kind of did, but I didn't want to. I just took into the measurements.
We've now identified what the Feast of Nonsense is and pointed out that Earth is required to be flat for all the measurements that are made on Earth. Therefore, it is almost offensive for me to hear a flat earther talking about where Earth curve should reside, how much Earth curve there should be, or what we should see on a friggin' ball. I'm tired of hearing it.
Yeah, I don't understand why they keep coming with these laser tests. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
What are you going to achieve? You're going to tell me how much drop we've got with respect to the plane of reference? Because that's what it sounds like they're trying to describe the drop with. Because if you're going to describe a drop, ever, you're going to require a plane of reference to describe it dropping from. Like relief. Initially, 7 years ago, John is describing, not this John, QE John, is describing relief at the salt flats. Okay? Let's just take a step back from the relief and appreciate that to have relief, we need to describe it from something. The horizontal plane of reference. So if we're going to describe how it's only 10 centimetres over a, 100 square mile area, then that's 10 centimetres drop with respect to a plane of reference. The axiomatic starting point is always a plane of reference, and this is no exception to it. If you're going to describe how much Earth curve there would be if we were living on a ball, number one, that's going to infuriate me, given the amount of work we put into educating people on how Earth is measured flat for this claim. To suggest that we've got a ball that could afford us a description of where things might be on that ball, you've got to measure Earth flat to create the ball, then reify it, then tell the audience how it won't work. Why?
You want to know why?
Keeps the argument alive, that's why.
Yes, sir. Once you know it, you know it. You don't need to question it. You don't need to doubt it. Just, you know it.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I was just letting my wife know we'd run out of milk. What did you say?
Oh, I said, once you know it, you don't need to question it. You don't need to doubt it. You just know it. You don't put it in if statements. You don't say, but, or, try to argue with it. You know it. It doesn't make sense to question it.
Yes, it's a strange time to be in. Because 5 years ago, we'd have been all for these sorts of arguments. complicated unpacking of a ball Earth that requires a flat plane of reference to describe all aspects of Earth measurement from it to describe how it don't work. Now, in 2025, I can summarise the absurdity of doing that. In 2020, we were doing it with the Black Swan, right?
Just a little bit. A little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah, a lot. But that was 5 years ago. I like it when a few people come up to me and point out how many concessions QE has to give our opponents to have the Black Swan argument these days. And it does make me cringe. You're like, yeah. We've got to give them a whole bunch of flat Earth prerequisites for them to measure, to create a ball, to suggest where the distance to geometric horizon would be if you take a depression angle based on your height above surface level with a parallel eye level. There's quite a few flat Earth steps you've got to take just to make this assertion with their 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height off a flat Earth to a geometric horizon to debunk it conclusively, mathematically, with fixed distance points at the oil rigs. Yeah, 5 years ago, very clever. In 2025, not so much. We know it's flat. Now you, John, were brought to this point by way of Black Swan. So I'm not going to in any way decry what the Black Swan's capable of. The reconciliation being incapable by you at the point that you lack a measurement is the main cognitive point. And if you're processing out Earth as a sphere constantly, then you need something to rewire that cognition to show how it's flawed, and the Black Swan does it beautifully. But today, just slightly gross. It just leaves a slightly disgusting taste in my mouth. Why should I give you a distance to a geometric horizon below a surface level that's flat? Why should I give you a height of your eye parallel with a flat Earth surface level? Why should I allow you axiomatic principles like parallel with your eye height measured off a surface level that's flat? Why should I give you any of this flat Earth prerequisite to have this argument? And the answer is I'm not gonna. Not anymore.
He's good at it.
I just said linear distance. You forgot that one.
Yeah. Why should you have linear distance? Why should they get anything? They should be getting told off by us for using our stuff.
I did say it was the weirdest religion on planet Earth.
Yeah. It left a bitter taste in my mouth today. I was toddling to the post office, actually to send Brian a microphone. And on the way past my local Tesco, I normally don't go that far because I don't normally use the post office. Not that this is particularly pertinent to the story, but I walked past the entrance I normally post my parcels through. And as I passed the entrance to go to the post office, I saw a sign that said something like, Tesco, working for the Lillington community and the globe. You're like, what? What? Why? And yeah, both the kids with me, and they've heard me verbally gag. Both of them are like, what's wrong, Daddy? I'm like, I just read that sign. Now, don't get me wrong, I didn't labour the point because I don't want to tarnish my kids too much. But, you know, when you've got somebody with you and you make a noise and they suddenly ask you why you've made the noise. I reacted to it verbally, like, without intentionally in doing so, you know what I mean? I couldn't help but have a sly outcry at this poster that was talking about things being global. You're like, why? Why does this advert for a store have to incorporate the Western world religion of heliocentrism and talk about how global things are? Especially when the poster's trying to encourage the local community to appreciate this big corporate store. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you care about the local community, do you, bollocks? No, you don't. But you've made this poster so that we can read how you care about this community and the globe. You're like, ugh, why? Gross. It'd be like going back 200 years and it's saying Tesco caring about the community and the church. And you're like, what? What do you mean you care about the church? Don't you care about just giving me fresh food and being open on time? That's because that's really all I care about. But you're concerned about the church, or in this case, the globe. Why do you concern yourself with the general Western world religion? Why is that a concern for you as a corporate? I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. Tesco corporate, we believe in your religion too. That's what it said to me.
It seems as if it's important to some people that they agree. You know, consensus seems to be a driving factor for 95% of people.
I don't know about the percentage, but yes, I agree. Most people want consensus. They want everyone else around them to agree with their general point of view on things. And it's an affront to them if you don't.
That's what the guy in 24/7 couldn't understand when I was saying, I really don't care. We don't need your help. We're here to just chit chat, and whoever grabs on and latches onto it and understands it, then fine. But we're not going on no crusade here.
Yeah.
He was another one concerned about our time, Nathan. The time that we spend on Discord and FED. They're concerned about our time. You know, we could be doing other things, but yet he's sitting in there too.
Oh,
Go
that's
figure.
nice of them in a way. I'm very concerned about my time. Yeah. My time is extremely, extraordinarily precious to me. So, yeah, I'm very time conscious. Time is the most valuable thing that we have. It's in very, very, very limited supply. You cannot purchase it. And once it runs out, everything else is cancelled. So, yeah, time's pretty important. But as for what we do with our time around others, this is my pleasure to be around you, to be in your company, Neil. Specifically, your company is an absolute pleasure and a delight to be in. So therefore, the people around us who concern ourselves that our time is being spent is because they're projecting. They are worried that they have to spend time on this when they'd already got it figured out. It wasn't consuming any time whatsoever prior to finding out that we exist doing what we're doing, and we're quite cool with it. We just sat around chit-chatting, as you put it. And then they come along and like, no. This needs to get dealt with so that I don't have to spend any time on it. And then they project that onto you. You're spending far too... No. I know what's what. And for me personally, I've got a YouTube channel to run and content to produce. And therefore I can sit around chatting about the nature of our reality, knowing I'm right, all day long. And it's a pleasure to be in the company of the others who see things my way. The right way. The way things get measured. That's a pleasure to me. Doesn't cost me any sleep. Quite the contrary. So this is a pleasure. To them it isn't. But they want to project that discomfort onto you, Neil. Like you're wasting your time. No. I'm sure your time's just as precious as mine, Neil. But yet you choose to be here. Correct?
Yeah, just like you said, we enjoy hanging out. I enjoy sitting there and listen as the book is getting advancing and it's being completed. These are things I enjoy.
Yeah, I've enjoyed becoming an expert in the subject over the last 10 years. That's a pleasure. It's about the journey, right? Not necessarily at the time when you're stressed about something that you don't fully comprehend or something that someone's put seemingly in your path. 10 years along the road, you go, there wasn't anything that was ever going to be put in my path. Yeah? And the things I concerned about were generally just personal attacks. That are now, like then, probably 5 years ago, also true. Water off a duck's back. You become impervious to it. They're like, okay, if you take the extreme detrimental response we get from our opponents out of the equation, generally speaking, being where we are is nothing but pleasurable. It's a fun place to be. The only displeasure you get is other people's projected pain that they want to put onto you. Now that's unfortunate. It's the bittersweet with anything that's worthy and worth time. You know, it often comes with either effort or, in this case, detrimental pain projected onto you from your opponent. What's call centre guy going to do? Who are you going to call? What are you going to do? Phone people up and tell them Earth's flat?
Oh, no, he said he knows how to promote the message.
Yeah.
How he can get it out there for thousands and thousands and thousands to be flat earthers.
Sorry, who cares? They all are anyway. They're all measuring Earth flat regardless. Now, if they appreciate their bull religion to some extent and want to defend it, they might, when appreciating how Earth gets dealt with, tell you that's only dealt with and measured flat because it's a really big ball. But that's people with an advanced understanding of how stupid the religion of a bull is. Now, do we want to mass communicate the flat Earth to people so that they all believe Earth's flat? No, because they don't need to believe anything. Earth's measured flat, regardless of people's stupid bull belief. Now, there's a Western world regime that benefits from people being kept under control. They're called governments. They're also corporates, like I was discussing earlier, that also utilise the benefits of control structures like religions to their own ends. Now, are they going to change their ways because he's mass communicated my message of flat Earth to more people? No. Will that develop a profit? Is that a profitable message? Now, profit's an interesting word, isn't it? Like to be a profit as opposed to make a profit. But what's he trying to achieve by mass communicating this message? Because if there was a message, as opposed to the way Earth gets measured and that won't change regardless of him phoning people, but the message would be, you've been deceived, your religion's not true, it's keeping you under control. But I don't actually want to communicate that message because you get a black eye for it. Like, people don't thank you for that. It's Stockholm Syndrome. They don't thank you for you pointing out that they're kept under the thumb by a controller. In fact, they'll fight you tooth and nail not to know that. And they'll call you a persecutor for pointing it out. So where does this benefit me? When people get phoned up to be told what? I mean, if he was to say, on a different side of that coin, I can promote you, Nathan Oakley, as a YouTuber, by way of telecommunication centre, I'd be like, okay. I don't know if you're going to have anything more than maybe 1,000 to 1 hit rate in terms of getting people to subscribe to my YouTube channel, which is the ends I would want in this regard. And I don't think you've got the right means to do that. Like, I would see the statistics and probably expect 1,000 to 1 turnaround from your efforts, which is garbage for a YouTuber who wants to grow his channel. But what's that? You just want to ethereally grow the message of a flat Earth? Something that's unquantifiably, statistically impossible to quantify or qualify. So you just get your grand and people make your phone calls and Bob's your uncle, you've made a grand. Fuck off! Yeah? What you're trying to do is rape money out of us, you shitbag. Fuck off. That's what you should have told him. Take your call centre and shove it up your money-grabbing arse, you pathetic cuck. That's what you should have told him, Neil. Fuck off. All you want is fucking money.
Yeah, AJ took care of it after that. So they're familiar with him. He's come before. He's actually a regular there.
Yeah, he's trying to Jew money out of the server. That's all he's doing.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello.
How are
good
you?
Morning. Good morning. Good morning. Shall we do... I said a whole bunch of people in there. There's one person in the Flat Earth Debate Discord server. Is the link broken? I recently got given a new link by Righteous Force, our illustrious ruler of the Flat Earth Debate Discord server, and he suggested that I should put a new link because it was connecting to his Bible chat. So I'm hoping that somebody can actually click on the link in the live stream, if you are watching us live, and just let me know that it does actually take you to the Flat Earth Debate Discord server, so that I can actually verify that people can join the live stream, because that would be slightly crappy if it doesn't connect straight to the Discord server. But hopefully it does. There is a link, as I say, below this video, but if someone could test it out from the live stream audience, even though there's only 15 people currently watching, that'd be blinding. Thank you very much indeed. We'll check that and we'll have a few more people in the Discord live stream. As you can probably hear, I'm not very well. I'm a little bit under the weather, but we will do housekeeping, unless there's any objections. or anything that needs to be done before housekeeping. Any evidence?
Now let's keep house.
Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Is distance a linear measure?
Yes.
How do you even develop the concept of distance on a sphere to get the distance to the sun within that belief structure?
You don't. You extrapolate it out from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the sun in the first instance by way of a polaricentric system at its minimum to create a ball to project out through and from an equatorial plane via a globe that is more akin to being a protractor to an a celestial sphere. And in said celestial sphere, you can put a equatorial plane with a protractor around it in motion around said sun, and then extract the distance by way of a scaling value given you by Huygens and Kepler. Kepler's orbital motion and Huygens' derivation of an R value, taken from Al-Biruni and minimum elevation angle to Polaris to create the same sphere that was put in motion by Copernicus. And that can be scaled by Huygens, assuming that the value for Venus is identical to Earth's radial value, giving you scale. And then you can suggest that Earth is 1 AU, or 93 million miles, based on the transit of Venus. There you go. You'll need a flat plane for it.
A lot of contradictions in getting that distance in there.
Yeah, if you're going to put the Earth in heliocentric motion, even if you suggest that the protractor around Earth is the globe that's moving around the sun, then you're violating the base principle measurement of the elevation angle either to Polaris or the dip angle. If you're going to use Al-Biruni's derivation of an R value, you're deriving it from a surface level. So if you're going to bend the world that's measured flat at surface level to put it in motion around the sun, to extract these values of heliocentric, Copernican orbital motion, and Huygens' derivation of an R-based, Venus-based, contrasting value to give you this scale, then yeah, you're going to violate the base principle of the Earth that's measured flat to give it you, John. There's a certain temptation amongst flat earthers currently to launch into arguments that describe how a ball Earth could, should, or doesn't work. Now, it's frustrating because we're pointing out how a lot of the prerequisites that are utilised to create the ball to suggest the ball fails are flat Earth prerequisites. So before you've got to a ball that fails, you've got to create the ball. And the ball's creation comes from flat Earth measurements. So it seems absurd to create a ball that, as John has just pointed out, is that violates its base principle measurements of a flat Earth, to then suggest how that ball that's created from flat Earth measurements that it's violating doesn't work when you look out into the distance, for example.
Very weird. I agree.
How we've been trained. We've been trained as a flat earther to tell the world how the ball doesn't work, and it's just wrong. The ball is created with flat Earth measurements, and Earth is measured flat. So in the pre-show, I and everyone else for that matter who's in the pre-show, is listening to various different comments that are describing how sea level and surface level are utilised for flight. Now, as you hear that as the audience, you're hearing what I heard. Now, this is being presented by alleged ball believers, and there's not a shred of ball claim in what they're stating. Now, John, in the moment, decides that it's an appropriate thing to suggest that there should be some semblance of ball claim in their flat Earth affirming declarations, and I'm saying no. You don't have to apologise for their lack of ball claim when they declare how Earth must be flat with sea level and surface level for parallel flight, level flight. That's just a flat Earth proof. So just say it like it is. Don't ask them where their ball claim is. So 5 years ago, fine, we're putting out the same sort of rhetoric. As I'm repeating a lot of what I've said in the pre-show, the bitter taste left in your mouth from going through something like the Black Swan 5 years down the line, when you appreciate that all Earth measurements are flat, and all suggestions of a ball come from those base measurements of a flat Earth, it seems ludicrous to give somebody a violating ball based on flat Earth measurements to show them how their ball fails. It's like it failed the moment you bent the surface level you measured to create the ball with.
Well, you know what else is weird? Because I worked for a guy last week. I was telling you, one of the other gentlemen that worked for him about flat Earth. You know, it just came up in conversation. So it seems like I was the butt of the joke. Because when the other guy came around to pay me Friday, he said, "What's this? I hear you're a flat earther." I said, "Oh, no, it's just measured that way. Aren't we all?" And then he goes in to ask me if I believe that there are planets. Like, how does it go from measurements, they take you directly up into the sky and other things? So it's not like they're also trained in how they question you. They don't realize it, but they are.
Correct. Yeah, they're trained in how they need to respond. We're trained in how we need to react. We need to talk about how the ball Earth doesn't get functioning correctly. Not point out how Earth gets measured flat with elevation angles to the stars. If you're talking about planets, you're instinctually defending the heliocentric motion of a ball Earth with planets moving around the sun, or in the heliocentric system around the greater attractor. It depends how one wants to push the scale out. But my point is that when you're doing that, try and fight the urge to fill in their heliocentric blanks for them. Planets? You mean the little lights in the sky? Sure, we measure those flat too with angles.
That's exactly what I did.
They're always trying to skip past the angle, aren't they? That's the problem. They've done it with celestial navigation.
Yep.
You know, they wanted to jump onto dip. Let's talk about dip. Forget about that angle we've just measured, elevation angle, and we'll talk about dip. McToon's done it in so-called Antarctica. You know, he's measured an angle of the sun above the horizontal, and wants to talk about the light in the sky. He did it with his 10K challenge. You know, let's get the position of this and that after we've measured a flat. So that's what they try and do. They skip past the angle and get you onto something else, and that's what we don't want to do. That is bring them back down to the angle first measurement.
And that's what I did. And the guy just shook his head and then he drove away. So I don't know. Maybe I won't be working there no more. Maybe I will. But yeah,
no, you did the right thing. It's just how it's measured. In other words, you don't take the. They want to peg you with this flat Earth label, don't they? Oh, you're a flat earther. Let me immediately stereotype you as a particular type of person. Now, fair enough. They've worked. The ethereal powers that should not be, the hidden hand that we allude there might be, and probably isn't, it's just us. But the hidden hand wants us to believe in this notion of fighting with our opponent about how Earth does or doesn't work as a sphere. Whereas you have taken it upon yourself to say, nah, I'll reject your stereotype with, no, I don't know about this being a flat earther thing. No. It's just measured that way. Like with miles, linear, elevation angles, heights off surface level, sea level, parallel flight. If you were to rattle off a few, you didn't. You resisted the urge, Neil. You did the right thing. Sort of mutter no when they suggest what you must automatically assume is going to be a stereotype. When he says you're a flat earther, he's going to stereotype you, isn't he? So, no.
Absolutely.
Earth's just measured flat. Much better reaction. Yeah, do whatever that was.
Well, it wasn't me, but I just was going to say, yeah, and they given the chance and given the mic, they will explain to you how it's measured flat themselves. You know, even if they're saying it's locally flat, whatever that means, they'll tell you that, yeah, we are using a local flatness to measure the Earth. So they'll tell you themselves it's measured flat. SciManDan does it. He did it when he was going over your video that I posted before, Nathan. He's telling, you know, in surveyors, yeah, they do. We do use horizontal. We do measure, locally flat. We do measure it. They all admit it because that's what's being done.
Locally, in that context, would be what is measurable. So everything that you can measure is flat.
Got a timestamp on this video, one deck.
Sorry, Nathan, I've not. So I just it just popped up before I had a quick listen. Don't think it takes him long to get to that though. It's not a long video.
Not unaware of who Nathan Oakley is, let me tell you. He is one of the most deplorable flat earthers out there. Constant
Immediate ad hom. Yeah, Dan's a retard. You and your reference frames are ruined. So if Dan wants to immediately ad hom me by calling me deplorable, Dan's stupid. He must have been dropped on his head. He debunked his own claim of earth turn with, quote, you and your reference frames have been ruined, end quote, SciManDan. Were you dropped on your head? Deplorable, you're a spastic.
rude, pant-wettingly wrong.
Pants-wettingly wrong? How many reference frames do you need to claim Earth is turning? That'll be 2. Quote, Dan, retard. Dropped on his head by his mother, obviously a spastic. Quote, you and your reference frames have been ruined, end quote. So you're never going to be claiming Earth turns then? So is it just me, or is this spastic immediately launching into an ad hom? My declaration of how big a spastic Dan is based on him destroying his own useless nonsense by suggesting his own reference frames are, quote, ruined. So you ruined your own Earth turn argument, spastic. You want to launch into how deplorable I am? Notice how I'm starting off with the argument you hold for a turning Earth with 2 friggin' reference frames you, quote, ruined. Dumbo. You want to call me deplorable? Fine. I'll just call you a spastic.
And one of the most insurmountable egos in existence.
Ego? I'm correct. There's nothing egotistical about being right. My ego tells my audience it's measured flat because it is. My ego has got nothing to do with it when I tell the audience that you ruined, end quote, your reference frames whilst trying to debunk me. That just makes you a spastic. Doesn't have anything to do with my ego.
So when he released a video which he...
Good.
Reference frames by their very nature are planar because they're mathematical descriptions of the world around us. 2 planar reference frames, one non-inertial and one inertial. They're still planes.
So Dan and his ruined reference frames are flat anyway.
thinks will end the flat earth debate once and for all.
There isn't a debate. Let's get this absolutely clear, right? I'm sick of this. Straw man bullshit. There is no debate. Earth gets measured flat regardless of your suggestion that we're debating about this. Now, if you want to tell me that linear measurements of miles aren't flat, or that elevation angle measurements aren't flat, then you feel free to do so. There is no debate about this. It's axiomatically measured flat. There is no debating this.
I simply had to have a look. Hello all and welcome along to another video with me, SciManDan. Thanks very much for joining me. Now,
That's a pleasure.
as I said in the intro, Nathan Oakley is not a very nice person.
So did you think you needed to repeat it? I'll repeat it. Dan's a spastic. You and your reference frames have been ruined. End quote. SciManDan the spastic. He was dropped on his friggin' head by his parents, clearly, because he doesn't seem to appreciate that you need 2 reference frames. Flat reference frames. To claim Coriolis drift at 15 degrees an hour, the only claim to be proof of a spinning Earth. But what's that, Dan? You and your reference frames have been ruined. And what was Dan's little explanation for that? Oh, it's because Nathan's a really big fan of SciManDan. No, Dan, you're a spastic. You and your reference frames, I haven't got any. You would require 2 of them. They'll both be flat and you're a spastic for declaring how ruined they are. You with your ad homs about me aren't going to cut it when I'm describing how ruined, end quote, your reference frames are, you dumbo.
And before we get into today's video, I want to show you a quick clip from him, talking about the Flat Earth book that he is currently writing. We say writing, but there's two other people writing it, and he's just going to slap his name on the front of it.
So me having spent 2 years writing a book and getting it proofread by two close friends means I'm not writing my book. Wow, Dan, it's almost like you've believed a swinging Freemason there, isn't it, Dan? Is it just me, or have you believed ranty Flat Earth and an ex-Flat Earther who is now completely trustworthy? So I would also assume that SciManDan also believes in burns from chemtrails, because Dan has got this from ranty Flat Earth, an ex-Flat Earther who alleged he got skin burns from chemtrails. So Dan is aligning with this retard. Dan, who was obviously dropped on his friggin' head by his mother, is now aligning with ranty Flat Earth Mr. Ken Burns over me having ghostwriters. No, my friend, I've been writing a book for 2 years and it's being edited and checked over by two close friends. One is Adam Meakin, the other is Quantum Eraser. That doesn't mean your swinging Freemason buddy is correct when he says, I got ghostwriters when I've been writing a book for 2 straight years. No, you're still a spastic though, Dan. You and your reference frames have been ruined will never change. Calling me egotistical, saying that I'm wrong and that I'm not a very nice person doesn't change that you require 2 reference frames and you're trusting a man who suggests he's got skin burns from chemtrails. So I'd ask Dan's retarded also audience to ask themselves, is this man trustworthy? He's getting his information from a pervert. A pervert who said he got burnt by chemtrails. That's who Dan's lining up with. So, Dan, you also believe the chemtrails? Because I called ranty Flat Earth out and he's absolute garbage the moment I met him. But you seem to be aligning with him based on what? What he says. He says I got ghostwriters. Yeah, swing on.
Hey, Nathan.
But hey-ho, have a look at this.
This will be the finest, the highest standard, the best, most qualified, most cited book on Flat Earth that there has been or probably will ever be.
I just want to say thanks, Dan. I really do appreciate that you've put that clip in. Regardless of what you say next, you've just exposed me and my absolute dogged determination in the high standards and high quality of my own book to, what, a couple of 100,000 people? Thanks. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Available. It is the gold standard. And I would suggest that it will take a significant time and a significant, and even greater, more significant effort to best this book in terms of the quality it will provide any individual who chooses to read it about the nature of Earth and its flatness.
Speaking of quality, since I've swapped to the Neumann microphone, when people reproduce my videos now, it lacks the boom that it used to have. There used to be this sort of honky, low, mid-bass sound that the Rode used to create. Now, through the Neumann, absolutely beautiful. Did you hear how well that was reproduced on his video? Sounded excellent. Would you agree?
I was going to say something about that. Sounds really good.
I sound better reproduced on his video than he does in his own room.
So the best Flat Earth book out there.
You hear that wonky, horrible reverb sound that Dan's got? Yeah, that's his shit audio. That's because Dan doesn't give 2 shits about his 500,000. Wow, you've got a lot of subscribers. Over 500,000 subscribers. He couldn't give a crap. Me, I don't want to offend the audience's ears, so I've gone out and bought a whole crap ton of audio equipment and a crap ton of acoustic treatment so that there's no reverb in my room to cut off the tails of the sounds that I create while I'm producing my show. Dan, on the other hand, he doesn't give a crap. He couldn't give a crap how awful he sounds. I sound better reproduced through his edited video than he does through his own mic.
Hey? Well, I don't mean to be rude, but...
You're lying, Dan. You do mean to be rude. You opened your video up by being rude about me. Me, I just retorted by calling you a spastic with an example and quoting you. You and your reference frames have been ruined. That's me justifying calling you a spastic because you are one. You don't mean to be rude. You insulted me twice, you rude prick.
But that's kind of like saying the best smelling Portaloo at a festival. We'll all
I mean, that is kind of like just being incredibly rude and saying I smell like a portaloo at a festival. Dan sounds like a spastic dropped on his head by his careless parents. You and your reference frames are ruined is not only a sentence fragment and stutter, it's also incoherent when you need two reference frames, making Dan a retard. So I'm not just saying you smell, Dan. That's literally the lowest possible grade of insult you could have possibly laid at my door. You smell. You've never been in my physical presence, but you're saying I smell like a portaloo. Meanwhile, Dan sounds like he was dropped on his head because, quote, you and your reference frames have been ruined, end quote, SciManDan, making him a spastic. By demonstration, not by crap example. Crap being the very figurative and literal use of the crap smelling insult that Dan's using just to be rude and lying about being rude.
await that book with bated breath, I'm sure. Right, well, let's get on with the main video.
Yeah, Dan, the fact that you're responding to this tells me that you are absolutely waiting this book with bated breath, just like all the other people who are preemptively doing videos about it. It's not even frigging out yet, and I'm getting a response video from one of the biggest anti-flat earthers out there. Bated breath is the exact term I would use, yeah. You're all waiting with bated breath. I would suggest you're all terrified. Me, I'm sat here in absolute confidence knowing that Earth's measured flat. And while dickheads like Toon rant my name into the Antarctic snow, the biggest anti-flat earther out there is getting ahead of the game. Yeah? Like, Ranty told you to, right? Ranty told you to do this, you pathetic cuck. You were told to do this by Ranty, and you've just done it. My God, have you got an ounce of self-control? Can you not do anything under your own volition? You've been told to do this by Ranty. My God, Ken Burns Ranty controlling the mind's eye of SciManDan. How sad.
Then, which is Nathan Oakley looking over a flat earth video. I think he thinks this is the end of the flat earth debate and that flat earth...
It is absolutely unequivocally the end of the debate because there never was one. The way it ends the debate is to point out there never was one to begin with. If Earth is measured flat by everyone, then the game is to create the illusion of a debate. The idea that we should argue about reference frames, for instance. Well, John's already put an end to that, hasn't he? The reference frames that you need and you ruined, you complete spastic, are flat. So if we're going to argue about whether or not reference frames are ruined by idiots who need two of them, that's you, Dan. Dropped on your head much? Maybe I could insult you about how much you stink. Stink with your garbage rhetoric destroying two reference frames needed for Coriolis effect. That'd be how much you stink, metaphorically, in your garbage-smelling arguments that need two reference frames. Yeah, Dan, they'll be flat, my friend. So there is no debate if we're going to discuss reference frames, for example. They'll be flat. If we're going to measure elevation angles in Antarctica, they'll be flat. Yeah? What's that? Can you hear that too? Where are the guns, Nathan? Yeah, I can hear it ringing too. Yeah, my name in the Antarctic snow because, quote, he tried to deflect to measurements, end quote, Toon. Yeah, I did. The flat Earth measurements that put an end to a debate. There wasn't a debate. There can't be a debate. You need Earth to be measured flat too. For your reference frames you ruined. Or for your elevation angles, Toon screaming my name into the snow about. Yeah? Or for your linear distances. Or for your level flights. All of which are just measurements of a flat Earth. There is nothing to discuss here. Certainly nothing to debate. You need a flat Earth more than I do.
Earth win from this. Let's have a look, shall we?
So Dan's responding to me responding to a re-up of a Ben video by a second videographer. So this is a reaction to a reaction of a copy of a video that Dan's reacting to. Now, I can't really take any any flack because I'm now responding to this, aren't I?
Conducted with respect to Pikes Peak.
I didn't know that when we started this, no.
So he's not actually dealing with you. He's dealing with someone else who says that they're dealing with you.
I don't know. Did he get permission from Ranty to do this? I just need to check. Just asking for a friend, Dan. You also align with Ranty Flat Earth on his chemical burns that he got from the chemtrails that you also believe in now, right? You're aligning with Ranty Flat Earth, so I would assume that you also absolutely believe him on his chem burns, correct? Right, Dan? Just asking for a friend.
Are you talking about? You're talking about when Ranty got sunburnt and he said it was a chemical burn, right?
Yeah, he said it was caused by the chemtrails very specifically. Now, I lined up to call him a retard. Yeah, based on him saying that he got burnt by chemtrails, making him a conspiratard idiot. One that Dan seems to align with. Yeah, I called him out immediately because we don't take that kind of crap here. We're a no-nonsense, flat earth measuring kind of group. We don't believe in bullshitters who talk about getting burnt by chemtrails. Now, Dan definitely aligns with Ranty. Yeah? Shane? Yeah? Right, Dan? So just asking for a friend, you do also align with Shane on his being burnt by chemtrails, right? You also believe in chemtrails, right? I definitely don't believe in any of this garbage. Yeah? But he's your new bud, isn't he? Yeah? Gotta get ahead of the Flat Earth book by Nathan Oakley. And this is Dan doing exactly that. Getting ahead of the book. Yeah, thanks again, by the way, Dan. I really appreciate you advertising my book with my own words. I'm just going to affirm them. Yeah? This book will be, that's future tense, it hasn't come out yet, but Dan's obviously in need of getting ahead of it. Will be, future tense, the gold standard of Flat Earth books. Now, previously said it'd take 100 years to better, then 200 years to better. Now I'm saying it will never be bettered. It is the gold standard. Thank you so much for pointing out to your audience. Hopefully they'll tune into my show to hear me reaffirming on camera that the book that's coming out called Welcome to Flat Earth describes how Earth gets measured flat by everyone always. Thanks for the advert.
In Colorado, which is perfect with that 6,000-foot base.
Oh, is it just me or is my video now gone wonky?
Did you say 6,000 feet?
Yes, maybe that's why it went wonky. You can take that after I shout out whoever this is for the super chat. Oh, super chat can't be read. Just give me a second, Neil. What was that? Feet? What was he talking about, Neil?
I heard him say something about 6,000 feet. How's he measuring that?
Linear height of surface. Just do a quick shout out to him's sake. Just 1 second, John. Kudos for having SciManDan promote the book. Yeah, I completely agree, him's sake. You know, I mean, as much as I'm getting annoyed at him ad homing me twice and then saying he's not rude, he's literally putting out a book advert that couldn't be any better, really, could it? So, I mean, it's hard to know what to say when someone's putting out such a fantastic advert for you. Like, literally, it couldn't be better, could it? Yeah, John.
Is this video how did he non sequitur the taboo conspiracy having a voiceover if he's talking about you?
I don't know. I'm trying to find the chat.
It's like if I done a personal attack on Neil and then showed a video of Adam speaking, wouldn't everyone be confused?
I don't know. It almost seems like he wants to promote my book. I mean, last time, I can't believe I'm saying this because it sounds like I'm doing it in irony, because when he responded to you and your reference frames have been ruined, his response was to say, Nathan's just a big fan of SciManDan. No, Dan, like now, I'm reactively dealing with a video you've made about me. But in terms of you proactively contacting me via Twitter to show me that reference frames are ruined, in this instance, I'm like, what could explain it other than maybe he's just a big fan of Nathan Oakley and he's always watching the show? I don't genuinely, I'm being sarcastic when I say he's taking orders from Ranty. I don't think that's the case. But why else would he give me such a fantastic advert? Other than promoting my book, what did that serve? So like, maybe he just secretly is a fan of Nathan Oakley 1980 and just wants my book to do well. What other explanation could there be? I'm not saying that to
Oh,
be
that-
ironic or sarcastic.
No. They're paying close attention to Nathan Oakley and Flat Earth debate. Trust me.
Okay, so straight away, when you say 6,000 foot base elevation, that's the end of the discussion, okay? So we are 18 seconds into this video with the FBI warning, the typing sound effect, and the first line, zoom in, all the graphics. First statement, we're talking about a mountain that is measured off a flat Earth, okay? There is no other way to measure this mountain. If this mountain measurement is used, Earth is flat. Because we've measured it flat.
What an absolutely nonsensical thing to say.
Okay, so the height of a mountain is measured off sea level. That's how we measure elevations. That's not a nonsensical thing to say. Let's see what Dan actually offers in rebuttal.
Apparently, elevations are measured from the Flat Earth headquarters now.
No, they're measured from sea level, so that would be a non sequitur straw man. And a lie. So at no point did the words Flat Earth headquarters cross my lips. That's just Dan having been dropped on his frickin' head by his careless parents' spastic interpretation of measured off surface level or measured with respect to sea level, words that I actually use. Now, if you hear measured off sea level, that's a fact. But if you hear Dan the spastic man dropped on his head by his careless parents' reinterpretation / lie about measured from Flat Earth headquarters, then you might deem Dan to be responding to me in some semblance of, what, decent rebuttal? No, this isn't one. This is Dan lying about what I've actually said. No, we do measure off sea level and surface level. That's how we measure heights. That's what elevation is.
Now, right next to the big ice wall gift shop.
Sorry, is this yet another straw man? Sorry, nobody has ever said that there's an ice wall on this show. We vehemently oppose those who suggest one and suggest that they offer evidence in a standardised form for their claim if they do suggest it. And when they don't prove ice walls, we tear them a new one. So Dan is now egregiously strawmanning me with something that I oppose. What a wanker. Yeah, is this what you do, Dan? While we tear a strip off actual claim to be bona fide flat earthers for their nonsensical claims of ice walls, you want to straw man me with that shit and say that I've measured surface level from Flat Earth headquarters? No, from sea level, Dan. Would it just be me, or is this weak-ass position, spastic dropped on his head by his parents, using a lie rather than actually addressing the sea level we measure things from? Because it's almost like if he addressed the sea level we measure things from, he'd have to acknowledge that we measure things from sea level, because we absolutely do. But if he addresses the seemingly argumentative position that I've never taken, that we argue that Flat Earth headquarters is where we measure from, then he's got the win. Yeah? What a wanker.
6,000 feet
Nathan.
above sea
Yes.
Did you come up with the measuring system?
No, Dan's
I don't
about to
get it.
repeat it, though.
level does not mean flat.
Sorry, 6,000 feet above sea level doesn't mean... What do you mean it doesn't mean? That's what it means. That's exactly what it is. 6,000 feet above sea level is 6,000 feet above sea level, which is what I actually say. So when Dan hears me say, yeah, Earth's measured flat, like above sea level, he needs to reinterpret that as 6,000 feet above Flat Earth headquarters, and then say 6,000 feet above sea level isn't above a flat Earth. Well, yeah, it is. It's 6,000 feet above sea level, which is level, like surface level, like eye level, like a parallel prerequisite to measure all altitudes ever with respect to the level surface, that's surface level, or level sea, that's sea level, that we do measure things from, not from Flat Earth headquarters, Dan. Now, I've never said that. You're a shithead, a lying scumbag. You deserve to burn in hell, but for the fact that you were obviously dropped on your head by careless parents, you complete spastic.
Ground forever. It means the average level of the oceans.
So the average level... So, welcome to Flat Earth, SciManDan. Yeah, the average level of the oceans is exactly what I appeal to when I say there's no debate.
And Dan's just agreed. Yeah, when I actually say sea level, it's the average level of the oceans. End quote, SciManDan. Yeah, so there's no debate then. So Earth's measured flat then, Dan? Yeah, it is. Yeah, absolutely, without question is. Like I said earlier, you need a flat Earth more than I do.
See, in time
Which,
past,
by
they
the
would have
way,
got away with that.
Say again, Neil?
In time past, they would have got away with that.
What got away with utilising a flat Earth prerequisite and just saying our Earth's measured flat with sea level, like that has some semblance of rebuttal attached to it. Sorry, Dan, weren't you trying to tell your audience how I'm wrong when I say that the book describing the absolute gold standard? What you've actually done, Dan, is laid down the same standard I do. So the level sea level's just the average measured level of the level. Yeah, that's Earth, Dan. Measured flat, Dan. Welcome to Flat Earth. Yet you can buy my book when it comes out, Dan. I hope you get out a few extra adverts once you've read it. Obviously, given that you're preemptively trying to debunk something that doesn't exist yet. Needing to get ahead of it, right? Yeah? Swing on, son, swing on. Meanwhile, you've affirmed the standard I'll be using in my book. Yeah? I'll be using it. I don't have ghostwriters. I've got people editing. Yeah? Now, they're not charging me for this service that they're giving me. They're doing it under their own volition, of their own time, because they love me. Like I love them, and all the people who surround me on this wonderful flat Earth that we measure level. The average level of the sea level, right, Dan? Welcome to Flat Earth.
Curve with Earth. That's why we call it a geode. Ever heard of that word, Nathan? When you say 6,000...
Right, ever heard of what word? A geoid? Sorry, I just heard you telling an audience that we measure the average level of the sea level. So you're going to talk about models? No, I'm just going to go with the average measured level of the sea level that we measure, Dan. Now, and after the fact, geoid would have to be created somehow, wouldn't it? Now, I'm going to suggest that we're going to be creating geoids with flat Earth measurements. But you seem to be whistling past the fact that we're going to need an average measured level of sea level in favour of this after-the-fact geoid. I wonder where you get your geoid from, Dan. It seems like we've just stepped into this world that's a geoid. No, Dan, you see, that's called a reification fallacy. You might want to look it up. It might be a struggle given how stupid you are, given your careless parents dropping you on your head. A reification fallacy, otherwise known as hypothesization, the fallacy of misplaced concretedness. Taking that which is conceptual, like a geoid, and suggesting that's the Earth that we measured with an average level of the sea level that we measured, Dan. Yeah, I'm just going to go with the measurements of an average level of the sea level across the entirety of the world. Or I'll go with Toon's elevation angle measurements in Antarctica. Sorry, can you hear that? When I not say that? Where are the guns, Nathan? No, I'm not deflecting to measurements. These are just how Earth gets measured, with elevation angles in Antarctica and with the average level of the sea. Yeah, thanks, Dan. Yeah. You're going to get quoted on this quite a bit.
feet above sea level, what you're...
Right, how much above sea level we are? In an altitude parallel with sea level. Welcome to Flat Earth.
really saying is 6,000 feet above the geoid. It's...
No. You see, if it was 6,000 feet above geoid level, you complete clown that was dropped on his head by his spastic parents, then it would be 6,000 feet above geoid level. But you see, geoid level would be a contradiction in terms, and it's not the terminology that we use, though, is it, Dan? You see, this will be the gold standard I was talking about. You see, you, a spastic, can say things like geoid level. Now, that makes you a wanker using a contradiction in terms. There is no geoid level to have heights above. We definitely have heights above sea level, Dan. It's the average measured level. Yeah, that's right, yeah. Yeah, the average of our level we measure Earth, yeah. Not the height above geoid level. It's not like saying height above geoid level, because no one's saying that except you abject spastic. Yeah? We don't have a height above geoid level. Yeah, did you want to go and check out some books on measuring Earth and see how many of them say height above geoid level? Because none of them do, Dan.
You're a clown. Meanwhile, you're justifying how, in terminological terms that you have just used 5 seconds earlier, how sea level actually means height above geoid level. No, neckbeard, it doesn't actually mean anything. It means sea level. Like a measurement of Earth with respect to how level it is, and the averaging of the sea to measure it. That's a measurement of Earth, but it's not actually its height above geoid level, a contradiction in terms. No, actually, it seems like you, a neckbeard spastic, were dropped on your freaking head by your careless, idiotic parents. Now, that's not me trying to be rude. That's a declaration of fact based on your contradiction in terms that substitutes the actual words we all use. Heights above sea level are just that. Your heights above the average measured level. Yeah. Axiomatically, level isn't going to be geoid shaped, and nobody other than Spastic Man Dan is measuring a height above geoid level. No, neckbeard. No actuallys today.
It's the standard 0 point for altitude.
Standard 0 point. So 0 point's not going to give you horizontal planes of reference. A 0 point is singular. And if we're going to describe a level, Dan, you can't describe a level with a single point. Again, it seems like Spastic Man Dan was dropped on his head and is failing to understand basic principles in geometry. Single points won't give you levels. Spastic Man Dan, do you think you can acquire a level? That would be sea level. Not height above geoid level, you complete clown. No, Dan, you don't acquire levels with a single point. Oh my God. I don't mind if I do say so myself, but actually, Dan, you can't acquire a level with a single point.
Altitude everywhere.
No, Dan, you can't have a single point for altitude everywhere. You'd need to reference a horizontal plane.
So no, measuring a mountain's elevation doesn't assume the Earth is flat.
No, it measures it flat. With respect to surface level and sea level, like you detailed earlier, the average measured level of the surface. For you to have a parallel plane to measure angles with respect to the mountain, for a case of point when you're actually measuring a mountain, Dan. Have you ever measured anything, ever, Dan? Have you ever measured a mountain, Dan? I'm going to go out on a limb here and put a challenge to Dan. I want Dan to measure a mountain. And I will bet everything I own that Dan will require a horizontal plane of reference to measure it.
It assumes the Earth has curved sea level.
What? Sorry, did you just say curved sea level? Sorry, Dan,
Yes.
do you want to go look up what level means? This is kind of like geoid level, isn't it? There is no curved sea level. To have a curve, you can't have a single point. You need to describe deviation from a level to describe a curve. So you've got a single point giving you a curved level. Now, I'm just going to appeal to Dan's parents. Why did you allow this man to make videos after dropping him on his head? Single points don't give you curves. You need to describe drops from levels to describe curves with. And when you get your curve described from the level, it's not going to be a curved sea level. Oh my God. For the height of a flat Earth in feet. That's what we used. That's the way to put it. Okay, so that's it. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. It's over. Okay? This is the end. There never was a discussion. So from this point forth, there's no reason to move forward. Right? Okay. So what we're talking about, Earth and how it gets measured. It gets measured flat to describe the height of the mountain.
My wife played me after coming back from a work trip. I came home to find 12 new solar panels fitted.
What Nathan is trying and failing to argue here is that
I'm not trying to argue anything. like the average measured level of the level. That's not an argument. That's an axiomatic principle that you require. Now, what you need to argue is a curved sea level, a contradiction in terms. You need to argue that actually we measured from a geoid level. No, you're a spastic. Nobody's measuring from geoid level, and I'm not making an argument when I say sea level. That's a statement of fact, a fact that you have to incorporate into your discussions when you suggest there's an argument to have it. There isn't one. You need sea level. There is no such thing as geoid level to measure heights off. We measure off sea level. So you want what, to suggest that there is an argument, and I'm actually saying something that you'll now lie about? Yeah, Dan will just lie about what I'm not saying now, like he did earlier when he said that I was measuring heights off Flat Earth headquarters. A complete lie. Yeah, Dan is projecting his own inability to actually attack the arguments that I make in regards to an Earth that is required to be measured flat by everyone, and substituting in things like heights off Flat Earth headquarters, and now he's going to introduce the suggestion that there is an argument because I'm saying something I'm not. What a pathetic cuck.
What he's trying to do is turn measurement into assumption, and that is ridiculous.
Exactly.
But for him, there's definitely an argument. This guy literally trying to convince people that sea level is actually curved sea level, which is freaking fantastic. So please keep going, Simon. Good morning, guys.
I want to read something.
Oops. From this point forth, there's no reason to move forward. Right? Okay. So what we're talking about, Earth and how it gets measured. It gets measured flat to describe the height of the mountain.
What Nathan is trying and failing to argue here is that since elevations are measured as vertical distances from sea level, and sea level is assumed to be flat, then the whole system collapses if Earth is curved. Okay, look. Land surveyors do often use flat plane approximations over short distances, because on human scale curvature is tiny. But over longer distances, those approximations break down. And that's why you often use flat plane approximations over short distances.
No approximations. Measurements, Dan. Yeah, the measurements of Earth are flat, and Dan is conceding to these facts and substituting the word measurements. Noise? What's that? Where are the guns, Nathan? He tried to deflect to measurements. Yeah, didn't I? Approximations. Can you shut up? Approximations are not what we're using, Dan. We're using Earth measurements like sea level. Not geoid level. Not curved sea level. Yeah, you were dropped on your head. But these are measurements. They're not approximations, Dan. Go ahead.
Did you hear him just say that sea level is assumed to be flat? but did he, before he say it was actually a geoid? So is a geoid also assumed to be flat?
Curved geoid level is assumed to be a curved geoid level that we're measuring non-curved level, according to Dan.
No, it's an irregular, undulating surface that reflects the variations in Earth's gravity due to uneven mass distribution. Listen to this. Think of it as the shape the oceans would take if they were only affected by gravity with no other forces like winds or tides.
Gravity's not a force. What are you babbling about?
It's a joke because when they say the geoid, hey everyone, Nathan.
Hello, Brian.
When they say the geoid, they're referring to a globe without any water on it. That's what they're referring to. So that's why Neil just referenced gravity there. It's total nonsense because in the end of the day, right, what they've got to deal with is a claim of a curved surface. Now, the problem they have is this: level is 2 points. You need 2 points for level. You determine level with 2 points and a line between those 2 points. For a curve, geometrically, you require 3 points. And the reason it requires 3 points is because one of those points will be higher than two of the others. And either one of those points will have a drop rate to the others, if you understand what I mean. So no matter what way you work it, there is always a drop rate between, a measurable drop amount between those points. So because of that, it's a three-dimensional situation. And you cannot base a level off of a curve. It's impossible. It's geometrically impossible for a curve to be used as a level. because you're measuring off of a level heights and drops. That's what you're measuring, verticals. How are you going to use a curve as your level?
You don't.
Can't.
You don't. Like you say, you're describing a deviation from a level to describe the curve. Well, Dan's got a curved sea level. The guy's a moron.
Yeah, and a very arrogant idiot is what he is. That's how I could describe him at this stage. Because what he's noticed with him too as well, he actually attacked one of my videos there recently, and he kind of did it. He did it actually pretty dishonestly, but that don't matter. That's what they do. But the point is that he's willing to leave out, let's say, pertinent information to his audience, because he's really only working off of pain relief for his audience at this stage, keeping them ignorant of the things that he knows. Like, he knows when he says level, it cannot be a situation where there's a curve which requires 3 points. He knows he's talking about a straight line between 2 points. He knows that. But if he can keep his audience dumb and keep them believing the rubbish he comes out with as if he's some kind of an expert on it, then he'll do that because he's making money. But he knows. Right. He knows what level is. Sorry, John.
Expert? He just Googled it like I did.
Brian, did you check, was you here when he said that measurement was an assumption?
No, John. You can pretty much turn off his video at that point.
Right, there's a link going by in the YouTube live stream chat. There's 76 people watching live currently. Please go and let SciManDan know, first and foremost, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me to say thank you very much for the advert. Now, I highly doubt that Dan is in any way, shape or form linked back to the video that he's actually doing a response to. Absolutely not. Of course not. What a scumbag. Meanwhile, unlike Dan, who's obviously not struggling for subscribers and doesn't get completely censored for pointing out that, yes, as Dan's affirming, we do approximate a flat... No, we measure a flat Earth, Dan. And for saying it, I get censored and you get 500,000 views for saying I'm wrong and I stink like garbage. Yeah, that's a cruel world that means you should not put a link to my video. Well, I'm not scummy like SciManDan, and I will actually put a link back to SciManDan's video in spite of me being the smaller YouTuber. Yeah? So I'm linking back to SciManDan so you, my audience, can share the YouTube algorithmic love that I definitely do not receive as a flat earther. I get this. I get called smelly by a wanker who's affirming my point and describing how we measure surface level as an average. How we measure sea level. How, yes, we approximate a flat Earth, but it's only because Earth's really big that we measure it flat. Yeah, he's affirming every bit of my point and then telling the audience that I'm wrong. So what does the fair algorithmic justice give us? Well, it gives Dan 500,000 subscribers, doesn't it? Of course it does. Why? Well, because he's saying I'm an idiot and I smell like garbage. But we do measure Earth flat on a very local scale.
When I take out a tape measure and measure a 2x4, is that an approximation, Dan?
No, it's a measurement.
Approximately measure a 2x4?
No.
Or are you a moron?
He just doesn't want to get caught saying Earth's measured flat. Of course we measure Earth flat on a small scale locally. He just didn't want to say those words because he knew that if he said the exact verbatim quote that I say, it would sound absolutely horrendous. So he substituted the word measurement. Yeah, we measure Earth flat. For approximate. Oh yes, of course we approximate Earth flat. Why would you do that? It's because it's flat, Dan. That's why.
Hey, Ranty, you coward. Stop chat skanking and come in here. You know the way.
Hey, Dan. Dan, we've got Ranty in our chat. Yeah? Just asking for a friend. Yeah? Do you align with Ranty on his chem burns? Yeah? Because that idiot swinger suggested that he got chem burns from chemtrails. Now, I called him an idiot. A spastic. Like you. You and your reference frames are ruined, end quote you. Yeah, I called him out for being an idiot and numpty, like I'm calling you out for your measurement of geoid level. Because actually, with your neck beard, we measure off geoid level, actually. So just asking for a friend. You believe in chemtrails and chemical burns, don't you, Dan? Like you're aligning with this numpty dipshit in our chat. Just asking for a friend.
Because on human scale, curvature is tiny. But
So it's not 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height off a measured flat Earth, then, like in the Earth curve maths. See, in Earth curve maths, you've got surface level that's flat, where you're measuring your height off it. Yeah, for altitude. You see, in your own Earth curve maths, where you'd suggest that at any scale you've got Earth curve. What's that? Dan says no, it's too biggy. Right, Dan? No, it's too biggy to have Earth curve. It's not 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured altitude off flat surface level. That's not the measured Earth curve then, Dan. Seems to me like Dan's decrying his own religion, exactly in line with how an anti-flat earther should. That's why he's got 500,000 subscribers, because he's denying the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off surface level distance to geometric horizon in Earth curve maths. He's denying it. Let's hear him deny that distance to geometric horizon measured off a flat Earth at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Dan says no.
whole system collapses if Earth is curved. Okay, look, land surveyors do often use flat plane approximations over short distances.
Flat plane measurements over all distances.
Because on human scale, curvature is tiny. But over...
So tiny, meaning 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet when measuring your elevation off surface. Geoid? No, it's off surface level. Like sea level. Parallel eye level. We're not measuring off geoid level, dipshit. Dropped on your head much, Dan? Maybe Dan just stinks like diarrhea.
On that,
We could agree on that because the mitigation guys going through right now.
You're fading out, John. One more time.
that was chocolate.
One more time.
Me or chocolate?
You.
I was going to say, latitude measurement is supposedly worldwide, Dan. It's using a flat planar reference for the angle. Maybe you need to rethink that.
What's being put
Professor
to you,
Brian.
just what's being put to Dan by John is latitude is a measurement of the surface on a vast scale. And Dan is saying that not only is the insignificant Earth curve not going to be measured when the land surveyors approximate, that's measure in my language and your language and anybody's language who's got language, it's measurements of Earth that we're actually concerned with. But these approximations that Dan is quoting as being very local is being challenged by John when he says, no, latitude's vast. What are you babbling about, you stupid clown? Go ahead, Neil.
No, I was just saying Professor Brian's on.
Did Chocolate actually even say anything?
We did a J that last statement, right? SciManDan. Because it's almost adorable how he's mitigating right now. It's almost like he wants to say, okay, look, let me level with you. It's okay, it's not really curved, it's flat, right? Listen to it. Listen to the pain that he has to go through by admitting that, earlier he said sea level is assumed to be flat. Now he's talking about how surveyors approximate a flat surface or a flat reference. And now, because the curvature is tiny. That's so sad. Please play that again.
Over longer distances, those is curved. Okay, look, land surveyors do often use flat plane approximations over short distances. Because on human scale, curvature is tiny. But over longer distances, those approximations break down. And that's why geodetic surveying exists. It's based on curved Earth.
No, geodesic surveyors also measure Earth flat. Go ahead, Brian. I assume that was Brian piping up.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to give, first of all, an example from geodetic surveying and an example from a different example to completely contradict what I'm saying. When geodetic surveyors were measuring the angular height of Mount Everest, they were measuring it from 100 to 150 miles away. Now, that would mean that there would have to be, you know, if you're talking about 150 miles, 100 to 150 miles, you're talking about a couple of miles or something like that of drop if we were on a curved earth. Now, that would be impossible. Not only would they not have perspective, because that's not part of globe earth mathematics, to do that with, so they can't measure an angular size if it doesn't have one. But with the diverging zeniths they would have to use and the tangent they'd have to use, it would mean that the measurement, if you were hypothetically going to measure the angular size of what you would see of Mount Everest on a globe from 100 or 150 miles away, that is never going to match its actual height. So you would never be able to use an angular size measurement of Mount Everest or another mountain from a distance to gain its actual height if you know the distance to it, right? And for distance, you're going to need it to be straight for distance as well. So the point I'm making is, he just said geodetic surveyors don't, they deal with measuring curvature at big distances. No, they don't. No geodetic surveyor measures any of these things. They use triangles, they use angular sizes. This is what they use over big distances. They don't do any of what he says. My mother's partner is a retired, I've said it many times, a retired geodetic surveyor. He used trigonometry all the time, regardless of the distances. Dan is just a parroting out rubbish that you will see in geodetic surveying books that mean nothing. All that is after they've measured everything using horizontals and verticals at massive big distances, and they go from place to place to place, joining up all those measurements, which means they're measuring vertical heights and drops above and below horizontal planes. After they've done all that, they mathematically add in an R value. Who cares?
Yeah, he's just said
it can't be used.
Well, he's affirmed it. He's saying, of course, they measure a flat Earth on a small scale. Okay, you can change the words all you like, Dan, to approximate, but we know what they're doing. They're measuring an Earth that's flat, and in this case, you're having somebody who's related to in some way, well, once removed or whatever you describe it. You say is your brother-in-law or father-in-law, right?
My mother's partner.
Yeah. In either event, right, you've got an association with somebody you can actually pass on information in this regard, and you've discussed it at length with a geodetic surveyor to your satisfaction that they're measuring the surface level with elevation angles.
Well, how do you measure a range of mountains using trigonometry and correctly measure their heights and their distances between each other using trigonometry, using 180 degrees, straight lines, this could be over a whole area of, it could be
you
like
said 150 miles earlier, just so you don't repeat yourself. But yeah,
in all directions.
150 miles.
You know what I mean? Yeah, how do you do all that? How do you do all that and use the curved level?
You don't.
It's ridiculous. You can't. Yeah.
Well, this is the thing. Dan's saying, oh, well, they do it on a small scale. No, they do it on all scales flat. And you're not telling us how they'll automatically reference curved geoid level with your nonsensical contradictions in terms. You're just saying, no, it all breaks down at bigger... Well, why would they use something that fails at a large scale? That's absurd. No, they don't. Nothing they're doing's failing. Yeah, they'd get sacked if it didn't work, because when you scale it up, it doesn't work. No, they just measure Earth flat. Now, Dan isn't offering up an alternative and saying this is how they work at bigger scales. No, they still work the same at bigger scales, Dan. You haven't offered anything in response, aside from your affirmation that we're definitely measuring the surface level, as do geodesic surveys in this case. Yeah, they do. Earth is definitely measured flat, like Dan's affirming.
Well, it's like this. If you have a theodolite, right, and you're a surveyor, right, I'm just going to go with theodolite. I know they use all total stations and different things these days, right? But that's just a fancier theodolite. If you're using a theodolite, then the only thing stopping you from measuring the angular height of that mountain, or using trigonometry, if you know a distance between two mountains, using trigonometry to gain a distance from mountain A to B and B to C and C to back to A or whatever, is whether or not you can see it. Now, the surveyors would literally make a point, once they know the elevation they're going to, and they know that elevation above mean sea level, they know the elevation of another mountain, they can then start doing trigonometry. And they can use that for angular size measurements. And to get those elevations, they need vertical heights above a horizontal plane of reference, which is mean sea level, and then to start doing trigonometry between those two mountains. I mean, if a mountain is big enough, you'll be able to see it at a great distance. That's why you can easily see Mount Everest, even with all the with all the other mountains around it and other hills and valleys around it. You can easily see Mount Everest from a big distance.
What
Because
Unitox
it's
Femu's
big.
asking, he says from the super chat, how about a 20-metre hill from 1,000 miles away from sea?
Who said that?
Unitox Femu, thank you for the super chat.
Yeah, I read that.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's ridiculous. Some of the things they say. Locally we measure flat. No, you can only measure things locally. If you want to call it, my point is concerning the theodolite, is what's local. Well, it's theodolite, it's whether you can see the mountain or not. Then your local can be 100, 150 miles away. If you need it to be. Do you know what I mean? That's your local.
We're measuring it flat, them trying to mitigate by saying, yeah, well, it's locally flat because we haven't got any curve at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off surface level that's required in our begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve mathematics. So it's okay to measure it flat.
Models always has been. Every major bridge or tunnel or transcontinental railway, all built assuming Earth's curve.
So no.
Lie.
Liar. So
No,
you can go and check the surveys of railways, and they're measuring Earth with respect to surface level and your altitude with respect to sea level, like he described at the beginning. So Dan's just a liar. He's not evidencing it either. At this stage, I use the standard that Dan's trying to mitigate for. They measure with respect to sea level. That's what they use. Now, it won't take you long to reference that as a fact. That's why I say there's no debate here. Now, Dan's throwing out a baseless assertion, aka lie, because he's not going to be able to back that. If he's going to say that the railways were blasting out the hills with respect to how high they are with respect to sea level. That's how the whole of the country is measured, by the way. Yeah? On Ordnance Survey's maps. That's how it's all laid out flat. But Dan wants to say it's all measured with respect to a curve because when we measure it locally flat, that breaks down at big scales, therefore at big scales it's curved. That's his argument. Now, I'm saying there isn't an argument. All of the measurements Dan's referred to so far can only be flat and are flat. They're referenced to sea level. No argument to have here. I don't care if Dan disagrees with me and says his religious belief is the measurements of Earth that we measure locally, all flat, break down at a big scale, therefore we measure Earth globed. That's his argument. It's crap.
Well, he's got to show evidence.
No, he's got baseless assertion. His evidence shows where I'm correct. Hold on. His evidence shows where I'm absolutely correct. His evidence shows where we're measuring surface level and sea level. So it's not like he's got an evidentiary standard beyond what I say. I say there's no argument because our opponents require Earth to be a measured flat plane. And they are using it as a measured flat plane. So what's the difference? Who cares? He needs it to be flat just like we do.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. He could say it's all measured and assumed to be curved, but he's got to demonstrate it. And when he does, he'll be demonstrating a flat plane.
Plus, the equipment they're using will be designed to measure angles in all instances.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, if your audience is not figured out that you're lying to them when you tell them that you're measuring geoid level or curved sea level, and then you say, yeah, it's okay that we measure it flat locally because there's very little curve to Earth. If your audience is hearing this and going, okay, Dan, I believe you, then you're welcome to them. There's a reason why I've got a limited audience. I'm not surrounded by idiots who seem like they were dropped on their head. Now, Dan is obviously surrounded by people that will just swallow, okay, we measure geoid level, because actually sea level's geoid level. Okay, if you've swallowed that and you're Dan's audience, good for you. Alternatively, if you've swallowed, actually sea level isn't sea level when we measure the average level of the sea, it's the curved sea level, end quote. Dan, if you're Dan's audience and you're swallowing that, then fine. That's fine. God has decided that I don't need you in my life. That's why I've got a limited audience. It's a blessing. Yeah. Now, Dan, on the other hand, he's surrounded by retards. There's nothing else I can do to describe the situation because his audience will swallow curved sea level and neckbeard actually
geoid level for sea level. And we do measure Earth flat, but it's only locally measured flat. It breaks down beyond the locally flat measurements of Earth when we go to a big scale. Therefore, the big scale is how Earth is when it breaks down after measuring it flat on the local scale. That's his suggested argument thus far. All I'm hearing is Dan measures sea level. He needs sea level. They're measuring it locally flat. And I'm an idiot and I smell like a latrine. That's what we've got out of this video thus far. That's Dan's position.
Well, just to point out where Dan is going with this nonsense, and just to point out how wrong he is, all of his, let's say, any 2 points on the surface of a sphere, right? When they're talking about a height above sea level, and they're talking about a sphere, which is oxymoronic to say the word level and sphere together, but they are. What they're talking about is the distance from the center of that globe. So their globe has got a radius of 3959 miles, 3,959. So that means you have that distance, straight line distance from their center, right? At divergent, at like any 2 points on the surface of the sphere will be diverging from the center, let's just say. So you have that distance, the 3959, and whatever supposed height there is to whatever, a tower, a mountain, whatever, right? Now, how do they determine the heights of these objects if the heights of them are above a curved surface?
They don't.
Just to give an example.
They don't.
Just to give an example. No, they don't. They don't. And just to give an example, if you have an arc length on the globe arc of 240 miles, then if you take halfway between that, let's say a halfway point between that 240 miles, you will have 120, right? So from that halfway point, right, to any of those other 2 points, there is a drop of over 1.8 miles. So how are you measuring the angular height, right, to give you the actual height of Mount Everest from over 100 miles away?
Right? You can't even measure
angular height, because you know the angular height, because you know the distance, the straight line distance to Mount Everest, and you know the elevation of Mount Everest and your own elevation, that angular height will absolutely match the remaining actual height, right? If you subtract your own elevation from that. Do you know what I'm saying? These things are impossibilities. They're just beliefs, religious beliefs that people like Dan make money off. He's basically like one of those Christian pastors who makes money and just says whatever his audience wants them to say. There's no difference. Just making money off of a religion. Go on in. Sorry.
I was just going to agree with you. What you're calling the straight line distance, or the elevation of the mountain in this instance, is an elevation angle measurement with respect to the surface level. It's 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. If you haven't got a horizontal plane of reference to have the mountain be on the same plane as you, then you're never getting a height. You're not deriving it from curves. You're taking elevation angles. Earth is unequivocally, without question, and without exception, always measured flat. Every part of Brian's description to ask, how are you going to do that on a ball, isn't really a question that Brian should be asking, because everything he's described axiomatically, I'm not having a go, by the way, Brian, requires we utilise a plane of reference to measure. In this case, if it's Earth as a horizontal plane of reference. For the distance to the mountain, then it's a horizontal plane of reference. For distance itself, linear. It's a horizontal plane of reference that we're utilising for Earth measurement. For the height, it's its elevation off the surface level. Now, if you're going to divide that, describe it in some of the means from a central point that you've derived from measurements of an angle to a star, to give you a minimum, to give you a surface that's curving, that will ultimately violate all of the measurements that we will measure in this instance. So it doesn't matter what Dan says. Him, like Brian's just pointed out, and his religion of a ball leads him to tell his audience that you've got bendy curved sea level, that you've got heights off geoid level, actually. No, wanker. No, we're not brain dead. No, we don't need Dan to tell us our religion. Now, because we aren't buying into the Western world axiomatic, it isn't geocentric it isn't, heliocentric it is, hooray, religion, then we get obviously cast into the doldrums of the shittiest part of YouTube to be seen by a limited audience, while Dan will reach the masses, telling them actually geoid level. Not sea level level, it's sea level Ben geoid level. Okay, if you want to buy that, if you want to swallow that, good for you, on with your day, I don't care, Earth's still measured flat. Sea level is still just sea level, whether Dan likes it or not. No matter how many times Dan says, actually, sea level is geoid level. No wanker, if it was geoid level, we'd just use the curved level for heights off things. We don't. We do use sea level, though. And it is locally measured flat, but that breaks down at bigger levels. Therefore, because it breaks down at big levels after measuring it flat, then we must be on a curved surface, because after the flat local measurements, it breaks down. So obviously those failing flat measurements, I'm going to call approximations, that have broken down, mean we're actually on a ball I've got no measurements for, so saith SciManDan, give him 500,000 subscribers. It's a cruel world.
Yeah, because what he's doing is, first of all, he's pre-assuming this globe. You know, the globe that there's no measurements for in reality. The one thing that was claimed to be used as a measurement for the globe was when they treated the horizon as a geometric point of tangency. But the horizon is not a geometric point of tangency, so there is no measurement for a globe. There is no globe measured in reality. So first of all, the globe is a pre-assumption, right? Secondly, they then go and claim they're measuring locally flat, right? Treating the Earth as flat locally. It's like, how can you correctly measure flat locally on a sphere? There is no local anything as far as flat goes on a sphere. So it's a complete contradiction. You know, if I measure the 10 miles around me, let's say 10 square miles around me, pre-assuming the Earth is flat, then I do the same with the next 10 miles, the next 10 miles, the next 10 miles. You know what I mean? It's like, that means I've just measured I've measured the Earth, treating it as flat. You know, 20,000 times locally. So it's flat then. You know what I mean?
Unitox says, if you can see curvature from the space under the one bridge and in Blackpool, Earth must be a sphere. Thank you for the super chat. Do we want to listen to any more? We are quite late to this video. Go ahead,
that's weird, right? They used to just pull out, we got pictures of curvature. That used to be the argument. We got this one picture of curvature. We don't see that too much anymore nowadays, as they mitigate for flat surfaces that they want us to believe are spherical. It's great.
Well, what I would say about SciManDan is I'm struggling to get 2,000 subscribers, and I'm on YouTube for quite a while now, right? As a flat earther, YouTube won't allow me to get subscribers. SciManDan covered my video, and I had to point out that he didn't share my video in his description. You know what I mean? Why does he need to hold back me if I have such little subscribers and I'm such a nobody? Why did he feel the need to hold me back? Why did he not feel the need to just promote my channel if there's nothing to be worried about? Better again. Why doesn't SciManDan take up? Go on, Chocolate. Go on.
Called eliminate the threat. Who's he talking about?
It's
right now? Nathan, Ryan. Like, why is he talking about us? We're nobody, right?
Yeah, if we're not a problem, then what's the problem? Isn't it?
Look for yourself. You know? I'm freaking ace. Anyway, I'm sharing SciManDan's link, speaking of which, so go and let SciManDan know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that doesn't immediately get removed by the YouTube algorithmic bots or SciManDan himself. But allude to the fact that, number one, I'm extremely pleased that Dan is putting out adverts with me, in my own words, describing the gold standard that Welcome to Flat Earth, the ultimate Flat Earth reference book, will be, future tense, when it comes out. And him getting ahead of the game, as instructed by an ex-Flat Earth swinger, Ranty Flat Earth, is, whilst cute, very beneficial, and I am elated that he's done so. So I will, in no humble way, say thank you very much, Dan, for putting out this as an advert. I mean, you're having to misrepresent me in a neckbeard style, actually. But thank you, I appreciate it. So let Dan know I'm very grateful for the advert. Shame he couldn't put a link to my channel like he hasn't with Brian. But obviously he's struggling for subscribers. He wouldn't want to lose any with his 600 or whatever it is, 1,000 subscribers. Yeah, so putting a link to little old me that he's responding to, when this video probably makes him several £100s, if not several thousand. Yeah, why would you put a link to me when I'm struggling to pay my mortgage and having to flog microphones as a sideline, when you can respond to my video and probably make several £100 off me? Yeah, what a scumbag. It's because Dan's actually terrified about us. That's what the reality is. There's a reason he's responding too ranty. There's a reason he's getting ahead of the book. Yeah, because he needs to. There's a reason he's got to respond when I say Earth's measured flat. Because he's got to tell hundreds of thousands people, actually, flat Earth measured averages of sea level aren't flat Earth averages of sea level that are level. Okay? That's what Dan's got to do.
Just before you finish, Nathan, because before you finish the live show, I have a challenge out there, right, for the likes of SciManDan, Ranty, and Conspiracy Cats, and all these people, to go to Southport with a surveyor, get surveyors to measure the angular size of Dow Craig from Southport. They don't have to say, I don't understand.
I put my... Oh, you've just stolen my thunder. I should have really recognised the fact that you're also doing that. When I said, I'll bet everything I own, just go out and measure a mountain to SciManDan. Yeah, obviously, I will credit Brian, who's literally putting this out as a challenge now. It's not where I've got it from. It was referenced to the moment, you know, and you'll see that when you play it back, Brian. I'm not just nicking your bit.
No, I know that. Actually, it doesn't matter to me. You work away. You do the same thing. Like, Dan is there talking about how the Earth is a globe once you move away from the local level. Then I don't know what size local is, but I doubt it's 50 square miles. So all you have to do is go to Southport, go down onto that sand, and measure the angular size of Dow Craig. And if the angular size of Dow Craig does not match, its actual size, its claimed actual size. Do you know what I mean? After your elevation is being subtracted, and they know what they have to do. Surveyors know how to do these things. So why aren't they doing this? I mean, SciManDan could just prove his point. Just get those surveyors, him and Ranty and them, and just go out there and measure it.
Quick shout out to Ashley Fret. His name is SciManSham/Sudo. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Really appreciate it, Ashley Fret. I will play a bit more of his video, see if there's anything more to it.
The test was conducted at Dr. Heffron's house, which was 50.7 kilometers or 31.5 miles east of Pikes Peak.
Okay, so we just stop it there. Now we're at 29 seconds. What we got now? Got a directionality east. It's a directionality that only exists if Earth is flat.
Does Nathan somehow think that if the Earth was curved, we shouldn't see a 6,000-foot mountain from 31.5 miles away? What's weird, of course...
Did I not just say east only exists on a flat Earth, literally, before he cut in with his suggestions about what I'll see with mountains? We've just covered mountains. The literal thing I'd said before he cut to himself was east only exists on a flat Earth. So I'll just repeat it. Go and buy a compass and look at east and tell me that that curves. It doesn't. Fundamentally, you can only have a compass work, and it does only work on flat maps. That's what a compass is. East is a flat Earth directionality. Now, there's no, again, ifs, buts, or maybes about it. You can argue with me. You can say, maybe Dan will say, actually, Nathan doesn't understand that east is actually bendy east. It's bend east. Yeah? Actually, east bends. And I'll just look at you and go, you dropped on your head. No, east is flat. Yeah, fundamentally, it's a horizontal principle when you talk about east or south or west or north. These are flat directions. Now, you don't have to like that, and you can suggest that actually east bends, but I'll just look at you like you're a wanker, because you are if you start telling me that I'm wrong, because I'm not. These are axiomatic principles, not things you can debate about. That's why you got to straw man me about what I'm not saying about mountains, and what I'm not saying about flat Earth headquarters. Meanwhile, east's flat Earth and its flatness.
So the best flat Earth book out there, hey? Well, I don't mean to be rude, but that's...
I didn't do that. I don't know why the video spun onto there.
Yeah, but it is the best flat earth book out there. You will all see. And isn't this the guy that said he doesn't debate you? Sounds like he's debating to me.
Yeah, at the moment that I've recognised that there isn't a debate. There isn't. It was non-existent to begin with. We're all measuring Earth flat. Dan now comes along and says, oh, well, let's have a little debate then.
Flat plane is like saying rulers only work on flat floors.
There is an argument to be had? A test to be done?
What?
Is it just me, or is my computer crapping out a lot more than it does normally? Interesting. No test needed. There's no argument to have.
Linear measurements don't require flatness.
Hang on, Nathan. He just said rulers only work on flat floors.
No, he said
great.
it's like saying rulers only work on flat floors.
Yeah, he said it's like saying that's the same thing. That's what I'm saying. He said it's like saying rulers only work on flat floors. How do you measure?
Saying that miles only make
using
sense
a
on a
ruler?
flat plane is like saying rulers only work on flat floors. It's
How do you measure a distance with a ruler if you're not on a curved surface?
But Dan just sounds like a complete retard. It's linear.
What at all?
What an idiot.
Yeah.
rubbish.
You can
measure
ruler to
curved
measure
surface
a
in
ball.
miles. Surveyors, engineers, pilots.
Right, you can measure a curved surface in miles. Sorry, come again? Miles are linear. Sorry, Dan, do you want to look up the definition of what a mile is? It's just Dan, he's dropped on his head. Go and look up the word linear, you complete spastic.
You can curve. I mean, you can
all
measure.
account for curvature
You can
constantly.
measure-
He's saying
Just
we
a second.
account for curvature. Right, if you're going to describe it with miles, the miles will still be linear. That's what a mile is. Is he actually this thick? Does he not understand what a mile is? Why you keep interrupting me, Brian?
I don't know
Go
if
ahead.
you're hearing me because there's been a couple of times I was talking and you started playing. So I don't know if you said there was something wrong with your
No, the
computer.
computer's
I
just
just don't
doing
know.
stupid shit to wind me
All
up.
right, sorry.
And you're interrupting me.
All right,
No,
sorry.
you actually interrupted him.
Yeah, actually, that did happen.
What's the Neil? There's a delay on my computer.
No.
Go ahead, Brian.
Well, Brian needs to say something, and he tried 3 times. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Go ahead, Brian.
Well, you can, right, measure over a hill. And let's say that it's a mile from one side of the hill to the other. You can do that, but the mile itself in its origin and its infancy is a straight line. So if you're talking about, if you're measuring a distance on Google Maps or Google Earth, you're measuring a straight line distance from point A to point B. That is linear straight line. That's what you're actually measuring. You're not measuring a curved distance, right? That curved thing can happen afterwards, but let's just say airplanes. Airplanes are flying from point A to point B in a horizontal straight line measurement. So if they fly 3,000 miles, that means they've just measured 3,000 miles. You know what I mean? In a straight line.
I'm not
You
going
know,
to
that's
argue
what
this.
miles
It's
are.
just silly. This is just silly. Someone back me up. Why are we arguing this? So you're going to tell me that what a mile is varies in terms of how it is defined and what it is because Dan says it curves. No. Axiomatically, nothing that I say here is up for grabs, up for dispute, gonna be debated. No. What I say when I describe a mile as being linear is fact. Now, you don't have to like why we utilise maps flat, but we do. It's because, in terms of the geometric and axiomatic principles that we've mapped Earth with, they are flat. Now, Dan doesn't have to like that. He can suggest, well, of course we can bend miles. I mean, you can. You can actually bend a mile. Can you, Dan? That's nice. Is that how we deal with Earth, dickhead? No, it isn't. Have you never used a map? Have you never used a compass? Have you never looked up the word definitionally? What a mile is? You complete clown. Dan's just stupid.
In fact, over long distances, not correcting for Earth's curvature leads to many errors. What?
Sorry, like what? Sorry, I'm going to say Dan's a bullshitter, and I'm going to use a standard that saves lives. My standard is the National Transportation and Safety Board, and they unequivocally do not account for curvature in their black box measurements of altitude. Now, they deal with life and death, and I'm going to say that this lying shit is pouring scorn on an actual investigatory body known as the NTSB. And I'm putting Dan on blast. I'm saying that this is a freaking outrage. If you've got a loved one who's died and the death was on an aircraft that was investigated by the National Transportation and Safety Board, would you expect that their data logging of the aircraft's trajectory as it flew across the flat ground, measured from sea level and surface level with parallel altitude, that's level flight, was wrong? Because according to Dan, what I appeal to, that's the National Transportation Safety Board and their data from black boxes when they're investigating people dying. Dan says no. Well, I say Dan's a liar. I say that when you measure Earth, and when I say measure Earth, I'm talking now about not measuring a mountain. I'm talking about life and death when I say we measure Earth flat. And this shitbag, lying scum Dan is an affront to the actual investigative work that is done by the National Transportation Safety Board when he says that they actually account for curvature. No, Dan, you're a liar. And you're pouring scorn on every single dead person that's been investigated by the NTSB. If you lie and say that when they investigate and take the black box data for straight and level flight and when the craft collided with the ground, because according to Dan, they account for curvature. No, they don't. Dan's a liar. And I'm going to stake my reputation with life and death data to prove this scumbag wrong. Now, I appreciate that because the status quo is we've got a curved surface, this scumbag can fly in the literal face of NTSB flight data. What an outrage. What a disgusting human being SciManDan is. Think of all the deaths that have been investigated where they measured Earth flat, and yet this scumbag can literally fly in the face of that data and say that it's wrong. How dare you, SciManDan? You disgust me.
What Nathan is basically saying here is that by using miles, directions and measurements, you're secretly a flat earther.
I'm saying the NTSB use those pieces of information in that order. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that if Dan opposes me, then I want him to show me how I'm wrong using the NTSB flight data that is used to affirm why people died in aircraft investigations. That's what I want Dan to use. That's how serious this is. I'm going to stake my reputation on it whilst I stand with NTSB flight data to back what I say. Dan says, actually, curved globe level. Actually, geoid level. I say actually life and death NTSB flight data when I say Earth's measured flat, and that linear miles were absolutely measured by the scale given to me by NTSB. That is the standard that I expect to be debunked with by this man pouring scorn on the many who have died and their lives that were lost investigated by this standard that I am going to be standing by when I say Earth is measured flat with linear miles in flight data. Go ahead.
Could you give us a J there, please? I just want to correct something he said, please.
Yeah, I want to.
I could if my computer wouldn't keep crapping out and freezing.
Have
Is he
a
going
day
to give
off,
us
mate.
the arc length of a mile?
Just 1 second. And it starts.
Any errors. What Nathan is basically saying here is that by using miles, directions and measurements, you're secretly a flat earther. Have a day off, mate.
Pause a second. No. By using those three things, you're a flat earther, whether you want to be or not. That's the truth. Right?
Exactly.
I don't know what you're saying the truth is. I'm just going to repeat what the truth is. I say NTSB data utilises linear measurements for miles across Earth's surface when they investigate death. That's the standard, okay? Now, I'm going to get this trimmed out, because this is no laughing matter. I've been ridiculed for years, 10 plus years. Now, we've got Dan saying, nah, actually, Nathan says, no, I'm sick of it. The NTSB says Earth's flat. Their data shows linear mile measurements of Earth's surface for straight and level flight when investigating people's death. Those are facts. Now, I am not going to have scorn pawned on me by some idiot because he says I'm wrong when suggesting that we've got approximations of a flat Earth when I say no, Earth's measured flat. I'm not deflecting to measurements when I say NTSB data. That's the standard I'm using. Dan says, oh, Nathan says if you accept that there's a linear distance measurement in the form of miles, that's a fact, by the way, then you're a flat earther. Now I say NTSB measures Earth flat with linear miles. Because they do, when they investigate people's death. So that's my standard. Let's see how Dan gets on. Is he going to represent what I've said here by, actually, when Nathan said NTSB, he actually meant Flat Earth Headquarters?
Here's a picture of Pikes Peak from his driveway. Pikes Peak has an elevation 2,226 meters or 7,303 feet higher than Dr. Heffron's location.
Dan, this is on screen in your own bleeding video. How Earth gets measured flat with elevation angle measurements to the mountain. It's described by Brian, who's got a relative, not exactly by blood, but nevertheless, that's a geodesic surveyor. So this is how it's done. It's in your video. You've taken it from my video, which I responded to, and you've put it in yours. So are you going to now challenge how a flat Earth elevation angle measurement in the form of this mountain measurement isn't a curved baseline? Because it's on screen in your own bleeding video.
Can I just state, Nathan, that just on the point you're making with the NTSB, that what the NTSB shows is a product with the pitch data within the flight data is a product of the lift effect. The lift effect is the actual linchpin because the lift effect makes it impossible for the Earth to be a globe. And that's the thing. The pitch data, it just shows the outcome of the lift effect. For them to be able to fly, right, successfully from point A to point B, they need to keep an above horizontal pitch of the plane. There is no way, if there's no ifs, buts, or maybes about it. They can't account for the full weight of the plane. They're going to be dropping out of the sky if they don't have enough lift. And they can't have enough lift without an above horizontal pitch of the wings, the chord line of the wings. That is what the NTSB shows with the pitch data. So the NTSB can't even try and argue it because that means they have to deny the lift effect. You know what I mean? When I brought up the lift effect, they claim commercial pilots and people who really were commercial pilots, right, that I dealt with online, they had not. They are literally nothing because they know this is, you must do this to fly from point A to point B. You must keep an above horizontal pitch, and that horizontal must be a consistent orientation. So that is what's shown in the pitch data in the NTSB document, just so people are aware.
Yes, and the graph shows a linear distance in miles, marked with miles.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so Dr. Heffron's location is measured with respect to sea level in terms of altitude. His elevation can only and will only ever be measured off a flat Earth. Earth is measured flat for his height, measured with surveys with respect to the measured flat sea level used to measure his height from it.
Earth is, again, only capable of measurement with respect to how flat it is to describe this at all.
Repeating yourself doesn't make it any more of a fact, Nathan. Now, you mentioned surveys. And yes, local land surveys use flat approximation for convenience, especially over the small distances I mentioned. But real elevation models...
So I'm right then. Dan's telling his audience, yes. How Nathan describes this flat Earth measurement is flat. Yeah, Dan, I know. Yeah, there's no arguing with me on this, is there? You're going to show me an example where they measure it in any other way other than flat? Because you're agreeing. Yeah, Dan, that's why I say there's no argument. You can check out my book for other standards that you would agree with. And you do, in this instance, agree that the example on screen for measuring a mountain would be an example of measuring Earth flat. Because that's the only way Earth gets measured, and Dan agrees. Yeah, Dan. Yeah, you do, don't you? Good boy.
Especially for locations many, many, many miles apart, account for curvature. Even
basis assertion fallacy.
Manual levelling over long distances uses vertical datum corrections.
Further to that description of...
Vertical. Just give us a J, please, on that, please. If you don't mind.
Miles apart, account for curvature. Even manual levelling over long distances uses vertical...
So even manual levelling over long distances uses vertical.
Datum
that means...
corrections.
Further to that description of the...
Hang on. This is ridiculous. You can't have a vertical without the existence of horizontal.
Exactly.
You can't have horizontal on it. Can't have horizontal on the globe. What he's just tried to claim is the process of rise over run, which is this is a total lie. He knows better than this. He might not know everything. There'll be a lot of things that he doesn't know, but he is fully aware, right? Because you can even see it in diagrammatical form that the process of rise over run differential, which is a process within what's known as differential leveling, right? That requires a horizontal plane for regardless of the distance, because there's always vertical heights and drops above and below that horizontal plane. So what he just said there is an out and outright lie. There is no ifs, buts, or maybes. He can't claim ignorance on this particular thing. He can't.
This location, we have an on-screen depiction of the flat Earth only kilometers and the flat Earth only height of the mountain in meters, and the flat Earth only elevation angle measurement of the mountain. So to summarize, on screen are 3 flat Earth only measurements.
Incorrect. Believing that to be true and it actually being true are two very different things, Nathan.
So
just to pause a sec, I think there's one bit I wanted to add to Brian's there, and what Dan's claiming is, got no problem with a high, a vertical, but his verticals cannot be parallel, making them useless as a reference point to each other. They aren't reference to each other, they diverge, a bit like celestial navs, yeah? Vertical can still exist adjacent to a tangent, but what he can't be is have any relevance to any other vertical on his ball, meaning they're not comparable.
Please, you didn't say any of that. What he actually said was believing that to be true and that being true are two different things. Okay, Dan's already affirmed that we do measure Earth flat at the local level. Now, he's used the word approximate. I'm just going to recorrect what we do. We do measure Earth, and it is flat when we measure it. Dan's admitted this. Now, when we measure Earth flat with linear mile measurements in the NTSB data, or for useful reference on screen, this is a flat linear distance to the base of the mountain. That's a fact. Now, Dan can argue and say believing this to be a fact and it being a fact are two different things. That's right, Dan. But it is still a fact, regardless of whether or not believing it to be a fact and it being a fact are two different things. It is still a fact, though. This is a flat linear distance. Whether or not you believe it to be something else or not is irrelevant. It is a flat linear distance, Dan. Yeah? That's why I say it's not a debate, because that's a fact, whether you like it or not. You could pretend it's curving. It isn't. It's flat and it's linear. It's going to be described with miles, which are flat and linear, so it's definitely flat and linear. That's point one that Dan said might have been a belief. And whether it's a belief or knowing is two different things. Fascinating. Meanwhile, this is an angle. Yeah, two straight lines meeting at a vertex. Now, Dan can believe that one of the lines is curving. He can believe that all he likes. But I'm just going to say it like it's a fact, because it is a fact. When I say that an angle, like an elevation angle, is factually two straight lines. Now, one of them's the surface. Now, me believing that one of them's curved, and it actually being a factually straight line, because if it ain't, it's not an angle anymore, Dan. You understand that, right? Or were you dropped on your head by careless parents? Because whether or not you believe an elevation angle can run along a curved surface, or whether or not an angle's definitely a straight line running along the surface, that's the baseline, Dan, is irrelevant. It's definitely just two straight lines. Or it wouldn't be an angle, Dan. Now, you can deny the surface level measurement in the form of this angle if you like. And you can say that Nathan just doesn't understand, actually, and believes that this is a flat earth measurement. Yeah, don't believe Jack. It is whether you like it or not, Dan. Now, me, I've put my reputation on the line in terms of whether or not the NTSB believe Earth's flat. No, they're measuring it flat, Dan. Likewise, all of the people who locally approximate it flat are measuring it flat, Dan. And this diagram that you've in no way contested describes pictorially how Earth can only be flat, or this wouldn't be an angle, Dan. Yeah, so just to summarise, because we've had two so far, this is a flat linear distance in kilometres or miles, and it can only be flat and linear, or it won't be kilometres or miles, Dan. You understand, right? It's not up for debate. It's the gold standard. It'll be made explicitly clear in my book. Thanks for the advert. That's point one. Point number two. This is an angle to the mountain. Now, Dan not liking it being straight lines along the surface is irrelevant. It is an angle, and it is along the surface. It is flat, whether Dan likes it or not. It's not debatable or contestable. Let's just get that clear. Last but no means least, we've got height. Off, guess what? Sea level. Why does it represent itself off sea level? Well, because it's perpendicular to it. Or you wouldn't get a distance or height with an angle with a straight line. Axiomatically, it must be perpendicular to the plane of reference you've measured with an angle. Axiomatically, requiring Earth be flat for it to be measured. Now, this is not disputable or debatable. These are facts. Why Dan has to say that you approximate Earth to be flat when we measure it locally. All right, so we're measuring Earth flat locally. Yeah, we do. Yeah. That means it's flat. Like, all measurements require it to be so, Dan. Just so we're all clear. Dan's wrong. Dan disagrees with flat Earth measurements from the NTSB if he suggests that it's just Nathan's measurements. If you align with him, then you're a flat earther. Well, then call the NTSB flat earthers because they use linear miles and heights off surface level or sea level. Yeah, they are flat earthers because they're measuring life and death measurements with respect to Earth as a horizontal plane, Dan. These are the facts in the matter. Earth is measured flat. It's the reason you get to pour scorn on me and suggest that you're not being rude while you tell your audience that actually sea level is geoid level. You lying scum.
If I could just make 3 points there. Sorry.
Go on then.
If I could make 3 points there. One is a disagreement really more with Adam, as I would say that you can't describe a zenith from a tangent as a vertical, because that tangent won't be a horizontal. But that we can differ about that. It doesn't matter so much. But the other two things are that the angle he's talking about that you're pointing out is not an angle, just an angle. It's an elevation angle. It's an elevation angle, which is 3 straight lines meeting at 3 vertices, making a right angle triangle. So it's not just 2 angles meeting at a vertex.
Nothing to discuss.
And sorry,
I was highlighting the angle in the triangle as you were describing it, and accidentally pressed play on the video. Go ahead.
all right, no worries. And the third one is you don't have to say linear miles. Miles are just linear by default. You can curve them if you want afterwards, but as a straight line, as a distance between point A and point B, they're just a mile. You don't need to say linear. It's just a mile. A mile is just a linear measurement. So you don't there isn't to say it's redundant. You don't need to say linear.
And you don't need to tell me that it's redundant. You don't need to tell me that I don't need to put in the linear redundancy. And I know you're absolutely correct. I just want to agree and disagree simultaneously by saying you're correct, right? It is utterly redundant because along this point, right, miles are flat whether you like it or not. I don't need to say linear, like I don't need to debate the nature of how linear a mile is. It's part of the definition. Now, you either know that or you
need
don't.
to be careful there.
Go on.
I've been pondering this. And the trouble is, if you say linear, it means it can curve. I mean, you need to be very specific in it. Because, as I said, if you don't know why a linear mile can't curve, don't say it.
Why can't a linear mile curve, Adam?
Like a linear mile can. You can have a curved linear mile. You've got to be careful with this language, is what I'm saying. When we're into this sense, it's the sense that the curved linear line is 0-dimensional. It's just a curved point on a surface. But by definition, mathematically, it fits the term linear, even though it's curving. So we have to make sure straight linear line.
Fine. So I need to add a caveat. I'll just get told how redundant it is
in
when describing miles
terms,
to say that they're straight. I've just been told off for saying linear. What if I say straight and linear? Do you think Brian's going to tell me off for extra redundancy?
It's not redundancy. I've just explained why it's not redundant. It's necessary to make your point clear.
Okay.
And we deal with any rebuttal. If I was arguing with that, I could say, well, linear lines are curved, can be curved, can't they? And if you then challenge that and say no, you're going to lose the argument.
If we're talking about curve linear miles, then we're talking at cross purposes.
So I'm saying say straight linear miles.
Fine. Miles are straight linear measurements of Earth's surface.
Yes.
Well, my point to you, Nathan, was you don't need to say any of that. You can just say miles.
I knew it! I told you! What did I say?
Yeah. Yeah, well, in its infancy, it is just... but no, it's in its origin, it's a straight line. You can curve it afterwards, but in its origin, it's a straight line.
The line I draw is curved. It can be, part of a segment of a circle.
It can be
it's the only circle line I've drawn.
Then it's curved linear.
But you're missing the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that in its infancy, the mile is but it's just a straight line, a horizontal straight line. You don't need it's redundant to say straight or linear because it's just.
Is it like saying solid containment? That's all redundant.
Yeah, but
it is.
That's not fair. That's not fair. That's a bit of a below the belt there now because I say solid containment because of their normal rebuttal. When we say just containment, that's the reason I say it. But when it comes to mile, I would I myself wouldn't feel like you can do what you want, but I myself, just so the public knows, I would just say mile, and because I know what a mile is.
Well, not to start anything, but I did hear refractive curvature come in.
Let me just explain to the audience what's happening, and then we'll get Eli and Neil's 2 pennyworth as well. Okay, so the concern here is, I'm more inclined to side with Brian unless I'm missing something that Adam will explain to me afterwards, perhaps. But the redundancy is only foregone because we are giving something to our opponent, right? Their argument in the first instance. So if we start explaining why it needs to be over-explained or used with redundant language, it's because of their rebuttal, end quote, whoever just said it, right? That means that we're automatically erring on the side of our opponents in this discussion will tell you that this works on this level with a ball, no pun intended. Therefore, my response is to use this redundant language. Now, I'm saying, why give them it? If it's unnecessary and redundant, then why mention it at all? A mile is what it is.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, it sounds... There's no reason to also... there's no reason that isn't equivalent to a container. Saying it's solid is redundant. If something is contained, it's within something with a volume.
Okay. Neil, go ahead.
No, I thought I heard refracted curvature come in. I want to hear what he's got to say.
Go ahead, refracted.
I was just going to point out that in geometry, there are curves and there are lines. It's when we start adding in weird, wonky religions that we end up with curvilinear delineations of fabricated, intrinsic and extrinsic geometries. You really have to complicate it to believe you're standing on a sphere. Something that's contradictory words slapped together.
Discuss here, Earth is flat.
Now, we're going to assume a flat Earth and use some trigonometry.
No. In order to apply trigonometry to Earth will be measured flat and is measured flat.
Trigonometry doesn't care what shape you're on. It's just
using triangles.
relationships between angles and lengths on a local scale where...
Oh my God. So yeah, because triangles. Maybe speak to Dave McKeegan. Go ahead, whoever's opening their line in G+.
Yeah, he's just reified triangles into being something. They don't have thoughts. They're part of geometry. And you can only use them in certain ways. You know, if you're talking about measurement of Earth, you're going to use them in certain ways if the Earth is a certain thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't be used to go on.
Is measured flat.
Trigonometry doesn't care what shape you're on. It's just relationships between angles and lengths. On a local scale where curvature is negligible, normal trigonometry gives good approximations. But on large scales, spherical trigonometry is used. You know, the one that assumes the Earth is a globe, used by pilots and astronomers and GPS systems. Flat earthers just ignore it. You can absolutely apply trigonometry on a globe. You just have to use the correct...
My computer's hanging really badly. Anything's going wrong. I might have to shut this live stream down because things aren't pressing when I'm pressing them. So I've got lines closed when they should be open and things of that nature now. Interesting. My computer doesn't normally hang anywhere near this badly.
You can't do trigonometry on the globe, like, because you can't use globe's surface as a part of that trigonometry. So
type. In the case of this diagram here, 50 kilometers is nowhere near far enough to start using spherical trigonometry.
So 50 miles, we measure Earth flat then, Dan, yeah? 50 miles. Okay? So according to SciManDan, it's okay to measure Earth flat within a 50-mile distance. So Dan's flying in the face of the 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off surface level in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve maths. Because in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve maths, you've got a measured height off sea level giving you a parallel eye level to infer a dip angle to a geometric horizon below surface level existent at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is to say that according to the religion of a ball, Earth curves from all vantage points and measurable immediately. Dan's saying, contrary to the religion of a ball Earth measured off surface level with your elevation, you can measure within 50 miles flat? Okay, we agree, Dan, yeah. Apparently these break down, these accurate 50-mile measurements of a flat Earth. I mean, he's not given us any examples of that. But meanwhile, Dan says it's okay to measure Earth flat for 50 miles. Yeah, Dan, that's right. Earth's measured flat. 50 miles?
The Earth's curvature is negligible over that distance, so normal trigonometry is absolutely valid. Nathan.
And by normal trigonometry, Dan, you mean flat Earth, flat surface level, angles off a flat Earth, yeah? Elevation angles notwithstanding the flat surface they require. That's perfectly okay to measure Earth flat, right, Dan? What happened to the distance to horizon on a curved surface being 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off surface level, Dan? Does that not apply when you're measuring Earth flat over 50 miles? Yeah, that's right, Dan. That's absolutely right, Dan. We measure Earth flat. And Dan damn well knows it. Why are you telling your audience how wrong I am and simultaneously affirming just how flat the trig we can use on a flat surface will be over a 50-mile distance? Just 50 miles, Dan. I mean, these elevation angles to Polaris are used over a much larger distance. I think it's 5,400 miles. I mean, do you not know anything about measuring the surface of Earth with elevation angles? The linear distances? Do you not know any of this stuff, Dan? You just know about the very limited, local, flat 50 miles that we definitely do measure accurately. And we can use accurate flat Earth trig for. Yeah, we can, Dan. That's right. We do measure Earth flat, Dan. Thanks for confirming it.
Nathan bangs on about Earth being measured flat.
Nathan.
Yeah, Nathan bangs on about Earth being stutter, measure flat. We'll get to that again after Brian's interruption. But yeah, we will listen to you saying about Nathan banging on about how what flat Earth must be for 50 miles. I'm not banging on about anything, Dan. It's just a fact. And not just 50 miles neither, Dan. But what is that? Is that the only amount you're willing to concede to at this point? Right? Just the 50 miles at this point, right, Dan? What about 100? Where does it stop being accurate? It doesn't. Trig only works on a flat Earth, Dan, whether you like it or not. Go on, Brian, then we'll hear this full quote about what Nathan bangs on about after him affirming how flat Earth must be.
Yeah, just a point of correction. I tried to come in just to be correct, just so they can't jump upon it. He said 50 kilometers, which would be about 30 miles. But that makes no difference to your point. Your point still stands. It's just that it's 30 miles as opposed to 50 kilometers or whatever.
Oh, it gives them a nice opportunity to straw man me whether or not I know about dividing miles into kilometres or some shit like that. Instead of focusing on just how flat Earth gets measured for, 50 kilometres. Yeah. We're still measuring Earth flat, though, aren't we? In some limited capacity that Dan's decided to actually concede to in this exact example. So Dan's suggesting that we do and can only measure a flat Earth for 50k. Yeah, we can and we do, and Trig would fail if it wasn't flat, because it's dealing with flat Earth elevation angles, flat surface level distances. We're talking about a flat Earth when we measure over a 50 kilometre distance. Yeah. Definitely flat Earth measurements, and they're perfectly fine, says Dan. But he's supposed to be opposing me, right? He's not. He's agreeing with me, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. It's like, I could literally show in GeoGebra, I could literally show where that 30 miles would fail immediately. Any amount of distance. I can show 1 mile, half a mile, a quarter of a mile will fail immediately because the surface he's claiming is curved.
Not that it would fail, it's just it violates axiomatic principles if it's anything other than flat. I mean, I'm starting to sound slightly drunk as my brain starts to boil in the heat of this room towards the end of this extended live show, but I'm willing to suffer through it. I'm not actually drunk, in case you're wondering. It just gets really hot in here over time when the live show runs on like it is, and the fan stops being effective. So me and my dehydration will continue as I tried to say kilometres several times incorrectly. Meanwhile, the distance that Dan has conceded to thus far, we can measure a flat surface with. In terms of the angle and surface, will and can only be flat. Dan's concession thus far is irrelevant. Earth was always and will always be measured flat, regardless of Dan's pathetic concession to 50k.
Not using spherical trigonometry. The Earth's curvature is negligible over that distance.
Yeah, you're right, Dan. There isn't any distance measurement of curvature over 50 kilometres. Okay. Yeah. If you were to infer that there was curvature, though, it'd be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off surface level. I mean, you'll need a flat Earth to measure your height above it to have a parallel eye level to infer the mathematics of a geometric horizon below the surface level. Now, obviously, being a scorned flat earther, you can say smells like a latrine. I can describe off cuff how you would infer that you've got immediate curvature from all vantage points at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's measured height off a flat Earth. That's surface level. And it must be a flat Earth you're measuring your height off, altitude, that is. Because if it isn't, you haven't got a parallel eye level to do this maths with a depression angle to your curve. The one you're denying. The one that is negligible, apparently. Yeah, it's negligible because it only exists in the maths and Earth gets measured flat in all instances. In this instance, Dan's prepared to concede just how flat Earth gets measured. It's just only prepared to concede to 50k. Right, Dan? Yeah, 50k. It starts small, Dan. It starts with a 50k understanding that Earth can only be measured flat for that 50k. That's where it begins, Dan. And before you know it, you're buying my book and telling the world that you've got heights above geoid level, actually. Meanwhile, we do definitely measure Earth flat. There is no debating it. It's the only way it works.
So normal trigonometry is absolutely valid. Nathan.
Normal trigonometry being flat Earth trigonometry, because there's no other way of doing it. As I start literally slurring my words.
Bangs on about Earth being measured flat for another 2 minutes before going back to the video.
Right, someone hold the fort. I do want to stay live, but I am literally slurring my words with dehydration. So can someone keep the conversation going for 2 minutes while I top up?
Yeah, I wanted to say something, Mr. Ranty.
I will.
Mr. Ranty in chat says, if Adam is still here, that you and QE should pull out and write the book on your own and collect all the money for it. See, this is what happens when you have no friends.
Neil, don't waste your time dealing with that, right? Look, that's only Ranty looking for attention, right? That's what Ranty's doing. Don't waste your time dealing with
It's
that.
Neil
If he has something to say to QE and Adam, he can join QE Live tomorrow night and say it.
Yeah, well, I invited him to come in, but then he ran away. But here's the thing here. You see, that's something a Ranty guy would do, and he would do illegally. Because technically, if you think about it, we're talking about what transpired on Flat Earth debate for the last 10 years. And none of the arguments are Nathan's. So what's the point here?
Look, I'm not going to address any more to do with Frankie. Frankie has something to say. He can join. He can come in, or he can join QE Live tomorrow night or something. Right? Rather than I'm not going to deal with his chat nonsense. Um, what I would say though is SciManDan says trigonometry is validated. Really? What a genius statement. So you tell me trigonometry works. Wow. I think he forgot to lay out the second part of what he was trying to say is validated on a globe. No, it is not. It cannot work on a globe. You do not have angular sizes on a globe, number one. You cannot use a right angle triangle as an elevation angle to a mountain or anything else on a globe because the baseline of that angle will not be parallel to the curved surface that's underneath it, which it must be to do this.
But
Right? In reality,
horizontals.
yes.
Exactly. Sorry, verticals. That was the point. I mean, there was one point earlier when I was listening, Brian, in terms of what you said, responding to SciManDan, which I thought was very pertinent, which is that we just said again, angular size. Angular size works. We're able to use it to calculate the height of something if we know the distance, or conversely, we can calculate the distance if we know its height. That's because the baseline is fixed, yeah? It only works if you know the baseline and its rate of change, yeah? Which is there is zero. And therefore, angular size is relative to just distance. Second, you've got any kind of non-straight linear surface that you're applying to it. Angular size can still be calculated, but you've got to double dip. You've got to include that in your calculation. So I thought that was a nice point you made earlier, that they have to deny angular size works. Because in their world, for a mountain to get smaller at distance, it's only Earth curve that's causing it.
But see, this is the thing. There is no angular size in their world. And they can only appeal to our curve. And all of the zeniths will be diverging. So, and I showed this in GeoGebra, how ridiculous it works out as. Just with Mount Everest from the Kathmandu Valley as an angular size of Mount Everest from 100 miles away, Kathmandu Valley. I show how ridiculous the whole thing goes. Even if you do give them an angular size to whatever is left, it doesn't work. The whole lot is a mess. That angular size will not match the remainder of the mountain above the elevation of Kathmandu Valley. The whole thing fails immediately. So at this stage, Adam, they're really just they're just squirming and lying. There is no way out of it. It's not as if they can claim ignorance after this. They know. They've known for a long time now. You know, it's can only be called lying. That's all it is.
Right, let's plow on. Hopefully my computer will hold up.
Peak has an elevation 2,226 meters or 7,303 feet higher than Dr. Heffron's location.
Only if Earth's flat. Again, axiomatically, it's on screen, right? In terms of the description of height, unless they're both on the same plane of reference, he can't give that description. Now, obviously, my critique of this from Ben is that once you've done that, you don't need to do anything else. It's kind of what I said at the beginning, and SciManDan's even used that, right? SciManDan's referencing me saying exactly that. Once you've described the height off sea level, and your difference from the position you're at versus the height of the mountain, it's only capable of describing axiomatically on a flat planar surface, as depicted. So it's like, that's it, that's the end of the discussion. Now, Dan's put it in again. This is on Dan's video. So, I mean, like I keep saying, there is no discussion, there's no debate. Axiomatically, Earth must be flat, or you cannot give this description.
Inputted the distance and Pikes Peak elevation.
Both axiomatically tied to a flat surface level. Game over, end of discussion, there never really was one. We're utilising a flat plane to move the discussion forward about whether or not it's ball-shaped. It's ludicrous. That's my point, and Dan's included it. I mean, to his credit, I couldn't really fault Dan for not including all of my points. I mean, whether or not he's strawmanned them and gone, oh, well, Nathan doesn't understand the difference between believing this and knowing this. Well, that's not really a great rebuttal, and anybody who can fog a mirror in his own audience should hopefully see that. But ultimately, he's kept all of my arguments in there because they're all concisely summarised in the video he's responding to. So wonderful work. Again, I thank you, Dan. I can't quite believe I'm so privileged.
and you get an angle of 2.514 degrees.
Again,
Now, just to reference the actual video being played here for a second, this is basically the angular size you expect on a flat Earth. However, on a globe, some of...
No, not the angular size we expect on a flat Earth. You can only measure angles if you're using two straight lines. And if one of them's the surface, and it is, I mean, there's nothing, I don't need to carry on that sentence. The surface is the level and it's one of the parts of the angle. So what, you're going to argue with me? Okay. So the angle's not an angle. Yeah, go and have a word with your mate McToon. Yeah? You see how he got on with the same problem. So you want to bend the angle? Okay, then you haven't got a measurement anymore. Oh, you want to keep the angle? Then Earth's flat. It's called the rock and hard place. Either you accept that Earth is being measured flat with the surface level part of the angle measurement, or you don't. If you don't, you haven't got a measurement. Dan's already conceded, what, 50 miles for this angle, Dan, maybe? What if the star's further than 50 miles away? What if the mountain's further than 50 miles away, Dan? 50k, right? Oh, Nathan doesn't understand the difference between k and miles. Yeah, Earth's axiomatically flat for this to be an angle, Dan. You don't have to like it. Or you could just like it for 50k. Maybe the angle's only an angle for 50k. Right, Dan?
of Pikes Peak is hidden below the horizon. 137...
You can only have below things on a surface that's a planar surface. You don't have up or down, above or below on globes, Dan. Yeah? I mean, this is basic stuff. Yeah? Stop using our stuff, Dan. Below? No, you're going to need a plane of reference to be below something.
7 meters to be exact at that distance, which means the angular size of Pikes Peak from that position is 2.36 degrees.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Dan. That is a measurement that is axiomatically tied to the surface level of Earth. So you've just measured Earth flat, Dan. Well done. You see, it's amazing, because our compadre here on the panel today, Brian's Logic, has been trying to get one of you numpties to describe the angle measurement over in Blackpool. But now we've got you on camera describing the angular measurement of Pikes Peak. Oh, thanks, Dan. Thanks. Brian, is this going to be useful enough for you? We got the declaration of the angular measurement of Pikes Peak from SciManDan. Will that do you?
No, Nathan, it won't. Excuse the background noise. No, not at all. I need not just declarations. I need it to be measured. I need measures from self-worth, not just some declaration. Even though what he said, I didn't hear all what he said because I had my headphones off, but I heard just the end. He just gave an angle there at the end. No matter what he says means nothing. It's about measuring and proving. So no, unfortunately, that is not going to do anything for us. Thank you.
There is no way that your eye is picking up a difference of 0.16 degrees.
A 0.16 degree difference is a surface level measurement in terms of the angle for a base to give you an angle. Unless Earth's flat, you can't use this terminology, Dan. I mean, you're obviously stupid.
He keeps using flat Earth. I'm getting a little tired of it.
Yeah, Dan, you might want to go and have a word with a guy called Conspiracy Cats. He also had quite a big channel. Yeah, quote, "I'll give you a flat Earth for that perspective." That would be an angular description like you're using, Dan. You'll need a flat Earth to describe it. You're talking about angles, mate. Yeah, you're gonna need a bit more than 50 miles, mate. Oh, sorry, K, 50k. Go ahead.
He just lied, right? What he's after doing is he's after subtracting at that distance the amount of the mountain that would be hidden by, let's say, Earth curvature, was existing, and he's then after throwing out his diverging zeniths, and basically just made the mountain smaller in height over a horizontal plane and used parallel particles. That's what he's after doing.
Yeah, he needed a
That's
flat
exactly
Earth to
what
do
he just did there. So he cheated. He literally just cheated there. Complete cheating.
By cheating, he used 3 axiomatic flat Earth principles, right?
Yeah, he had to, but that's the only way he can do it, you see. I know exactly what he did because I've told one of them publicly for doing this. More than one of them, actually, but one of them recently. I know exactly what he's doing. The difference would be, like, what he's after just saying there is not true, basically.
is a lie.
Sure, but to describe the difference, to make it seem like there's an argument to be have, both the flat earther who's suggesting how big the angular size should be on a flat earth, it's an angular size measurement with respect to surface level. The measurement itself proves Earth's flat. You want to use a flat earth angular measurement to describe how it won't work on a flat earth or will work when misrepresented on a globe, or misrepresenting the difference like there's an argument. No. To describe the angular size at all, Earth is being measured flat.
That's correct.
No way. So this measurement proves nothing either way.
Sorry, I'll just repeat it. For Earth to be measured in this way, with angular representations of Earth, Earth is flat. So when Dan says, what, it's a draw? No, if you want to have the argument, you can get on your knees and acknowledge how Earth will be measured flat with this. Yeah, like conspiracy cats did, yeah? I'll give you a flat Earth for that. Not, it's a draw if we measure Earth flat with angles. I'm afraid not, Dan.
Just thought I'd throw that in.
I've already thrown one in. That it's a draw if you use angles, it doesn't prove anything either way. You'd think that if Earth was a ball, you'd be proving it every which way and angles would be no exception. I'm saying Earth is flat and angles are no exception. Every Earth measurement will be proving Earth's flat. This is no exception, therefore, to have this argument at all, you'll be on your knees acknowledging that Earth is measured flat with angles, or you'll be what? Going, oh no, it's just a draw. No, Earth's measured flat for us to have this discussion, and when we do start having the discussion, you'll be on your knees acknowledging you're measuring a flat Earth, or saying you haven't got any measurements, therefore it's a draw.
See, we used to just whistle past it. Now they're deliberately trying to whistle past the flat Earth.
Preemptively summarise the flat Earth elevation angle only capable of a degree description with respect to a flat Earth that has been measured. Yeah, the handsome man is very right. It's almost like I said the same thing on the show he's responding to, and I can't quite believe my ears that he's playing this on his own bleeding video. But yes, Nathan from the past, it's almost exactly verbatim what I said 35 seconds ago. Just more concise.
Or 2 degrees, 30 minutes, 50 seconds.
And that's a flat Earth only measurement. You cannot describe this any other way. If you're going to have it with respect to a surface of any description, it's an angle, therefore 2 straight lines, therefore Earth can only be flat. If you want to say that it's a draw because we're using this angle, you can, but it doesn't change that if you do, and we do, describe Earth with these sorts of measurements, they're perspective-based. Earth can only and will only be flat. That's how Earth does get measured, by the way. Now, I don't have to worry about this or lose sleep about this or say, well, if we're measuring Earth with angles, then it's a draw. Doesn't prove anything either. No, it proves Earth's flat because it is. That's how it's being measured in this respect. Whether you like it or not, Earth is measured flat. Again, buy my book. You'll hear all about this gold standard that Dan doesn't seem to want to acknowledge as a win for me. Yeah, Earth is being measured flat. It's not a win because it was never a debate. I don't take it as a win. It's just how Earth gets measured. Flat.
What they want to do, what Simon's desperately trying to do, is throw out the measurements and say they're invalid, but keep the measurements to make his positive claim.
Yeah, the measurements are okay over a 50-kilometre distance, but they're ultimately invalid and go to shit over a big, vast difference. Therefore, that big, vast distance means it's a ball. When the flat Earth measurements that must be flat break down. That makes perfect sense. In a la-la land where you were dropped on your head, measuring Earth flat at any stage of any game, and that meaning that it's ball-shaped, that makes sense if you're an idiot. Meanwhile, we are not idiots here. We appreciate that if you at any stage ever measure Earth flat, that means you measure Earth flat. And Dan measures Earth flat, doesn't he? 50k of it, right? Yeah, that means Earth's measured flat. 50k, I don't give a crap how much Dan measures Earth flat, because all of it's measured flat. Yeah? But baby steps, eh, Dan? Baby steps. Yeah, you can acknowledge 50 kilometres of it so far, right? Well done. Yeah. Just have a look at latitude, Dan, and maybe we can expand your horizons beyond 50k.
Dr. Heffron calculated 2 degrees, 31 minutes, so they are pretty close.
You don't calculate these degrees if you're talking about mountains in the distance with respect to their elevation angle. This is only ever a measurement, like depicted here.
You absolutely do calculate these degrees when talking about how high a mountain appears from a certain location.
You measure it. You take a measurement of its degree. What's Dan babbling about? Dan's got a... Oh, I love it. Dan's chosen the hard place. These aren't measurements. They're not, are they? So you don't have any measurements then, Dan? Right? You're relinquishing your measurements of Earth? Because these are Earth measurements. They're flat, and they are Earth measurements. But Dan says they're not measurements, they're calculations. So you don't have any measurements then? I mean, I've got measurements, angle measurements of Earth's surface with respect to the height of this mountain. That's Earth's surface as one line of the angle, and then a line to the top of the mountain. 2 lines terminating at a vertex. That's me measuring it with an angle measuring tool if I'm measuring the mountain. Now, me as a flat earther, I'm quite happy to say I'm measuring this mountain with an angle measuring tool, maybe a sextant. But Dan says no. No, we're not measuring, we're only calculating. So Dan doesn't seem to have any measurements of Earth. I do. Yeah, I'm going to use these ones, the one Dan's talking about. Yeah, because they're flat Earth only measurements, but Dan needs to relinquish them, it seems. They're just calculations, right? So you don't have any measurements then, Dan? I do. They're all flat. You use them too. When you recognise that, you get on your knees and acknowledge just how flat Earth must be for these measurements of Earth. They're the same ones everyone makes, like the heights off sea level, like distance in miles, flat and linear. All of the measurements are the same for everyone. Earth was always measured flat. Now, you can deny elevation angle measurements to mountains and call them calculations, but they are measured. We can use tools like sextants to measure angles down. And measure Earth we do. It can only and will only be measured flat, regardless of your denial of these measurements as approximations. That's not a measurement of Earth then, if it's an approximation, Dan. I say we measure these measurements. You say they're approximations. Oh, really? So we haven't got any measurements of Earth then, Dan? You've only got the calculations. Oh, I say these measurements are measurements, Dan. It's just 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex where one is the surface. Means Earth is flat. So we're measuring it, right? What's that? No, it's calculations. Then you haven't got any measurements, son. Yeah? When you want to get on your knees and acknowledge how flat Earth gets measured, you come back and acknowledge how Earth gets measured.
That's how line of sight works. Elevation angle is often measured by calculating it using...
Right, elevation angle is measured by calculating.
What did he just say?
Let's hear that again.
Height and distance. Just like how high a mountain appears from a certain location. That's how line of sight works. Elevation angle is often measured by calculating it.
Measured by calculating.
Contradiction.
Sorry, Dan, I'm just going to ask again, just asking for a friend. Were you actually dropped on your head by your mother?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah, he
you
was.
dropped on your head,
Yeah.
son? Yeah? Measurements are measured by calculating, are they, you abject crackhead? No, Dan, no. Retard. Dropped on your head, son. Now, you measure things by measuring them, like angles along the surface. Yeah, it's got to be straight, obviously, or it won't be an angle. But we're not calculating them, we're measuring them with tools for measurement. Okay, Dan? Yeah? 50k? Earth's measured flat, Dan. Yeah, we're not calculating these measurements, we're measuring these measurements, son. Yeah? Actually, we measure by calculating. Scratch his neckbeard.
He's measuring calculated elevation angles off a geode.
How much did you say? Don't forget.
It's off geoid level. It's the bendy sea level of the geoid level.
No,
actually, geoid level, height above geoid level.
No. He said geode. You, because you have an agenda and can interpret what he's actually meaning, replaced it with geoid. That's not what he said. He said it was a geode.
Yeah, but I also said...
Did he really?
I also said kilometers, like 4 times.
But that perfectly aligns with... coherent with what I said.
What I'm saying is, why focus on the misspeak? You're saying he said geode, correct?
Yes, he did.
I didn't hear that, I'll be honest. I normally have exceptional hearing. I am very bunged up and slightly sick. So
We'll have to go
we're
back
having a
and listen
3-hour
to it
live
later.
show.
We'll go back and listen to it when you're done here.
Yes, indeedy.
In height and distance, just like we did earlier. This is pure drivel, even for Nathan. And his book is going to be...
Drivel? No, Dan.
Drivel.
Height. Height's off surface level or sea level. That's what height is, yeah? Altitude. You need a flat earth for it. It's not drivel, it's just facts. Yeah, the best you've had to offer is to call me stinky. That's the best you've had so far. You should have stopped while you were ahead.
Because he failed third grade geometry. He doesn't know what an elevation angle is. He's an imbecile. A delusional Dunning-Kruger imbecile. Dan, sci-fi scam. You would fail intro to third grade geometry. Done.
Be first class? Yeah, okay, Nathan.
He was talking about your book there.
Thanks.
This is an elevation angle measurement. So when someone suggests that they've calculated this, no, you'll measure angle representations. Yeah, the handsome man's correct. You'll measure them by measuring the angle. It can only be done one way, and that's by measuring it. With respect to the flat Earth linear distance in kilometres and elevation angle only capable of acquisition from a flat surface level.
So Nathan is basically saying you can't calculate angles, only measure them. But also...
No. You can calculate angles all day long. I'm saying if you're measuring mountains, you're measuring them. Obviously, Dan's got a straw man and misrepresent the situation. We're talking about measuring mountains. And I'm saying if you're measuring a mountain, you're measuring it. But because the measurement's flat, Dan has to say, we're not measuring it. He's picked the hard place. Again, you can buy my book and learn all about this position that ballers find themselves in when dealing with me. Yeah? Which is you got two choices. The rock, that's get on your frickin' knees and acknowledge how flat Earth must be measured for this measurement of the mountain. Or do what Dan's doing and pick the hard place. It's not measurements, it's calculations. We're not measuring anything. Oh, okay, Dan, so you've chosen the hard place, huh? So you haven't got any measurements then, son? Just the calculations then? I've got measurements. Take out a sextant, point it at the mountain, measure it. Yeah, Earth will need to be flat. It's an angle. Surface level will be part of that angle. For us to have a valid measurement of the height of the mountain, if we're going to derive it from an angle measurement. It'll be a measurement, though. I'm not going to deny that it's a measurement and call it a calculation. Maybe I could call this sextant-based, Earth-based, measurement-based measurement an extrapolation measurement. I won't, because I'm not a retard and I wasn't dropped on my head. Dan can call it an approximation if he likes, but it's still just pointing a frickin' tool at a mountain. I'll call it a measurement. If it's a measurement of Earth with respect to the height of a mountain, it just requires Earth be flat. And that is how we measure Earth. And when we measure Earth flat, Dan goes in defense mode and says it's not a measurement, it's a calculation. Like that's somehow getting you a win. No, I've even got this crappy little position that you find yourself in defined as the hard place, Dan. The place where you're denying that you've even got any measurements. Because now they're calculations, right? So no measurements of Earth then, dum-dum. Well done, Dan. Enjoy the hard place. It's defined in my book that apparently I didn't write, even though I'm discussing very specific elements of the book's contents on my live show, on camera, without stuttering. I'm very dehydrated. That's probably not true. But
yeah, I know. You're getting delusional.
Wait while I'm ahead.
He's geometrically illiterate again. Every single elevation angle is a measurement. It's never a calculation. Never.
Also, only on a completely flat surface. I'd love to see Nathan stand in front of a surveyor and say, nah, you're doing it all wrong, mate.
Why would I do that?
Yeah.
Why would I do that?
Yeah, I would.
I would if they're using anything other than the surface level. I mean, why would I? So this is just another straw man. Why would you love to see me going up to a surveyor? I mean, I'd love to see Dan going up to the NTSB when they study life and death information and say, you must be aligned with Nathan Oakley. Yeah? I'd love to see Dan go up to the NTSB and deny linear distance measurement or elevation with respect to surface level. I'd love him to say you're just flat earthers, you bunch of idiots, to the NTSB. I'd love to see Dan do that face to face. I'd love that.
You can't calculate anything.
Right, are they measuring or calculating, Dan? It seems like Dan's stuck in the hard place now. Are we talking to these surveyors who are calculating things? Are they in their office? Or are they out and about with tools to measure the surface? Which is it, Dan? Oh, is it just their calculations, right? Why would they need any tools for measuring then, Dan? What are they measuring, Dan? Is it angles and stuff? What's it? Can I hear conspiracy cats? I'll give you a flat earth for that. You're damn right you will.
Why would he need a theodolite? You're right.
He's talking about surveyors in the office. They can only calculate when they're not measuring Earth from the hard place Dan finds himself.
Yeah, they don't need theodolites. Surveyors need calculators, right? Dan, sci-fi scam. You geometrically illiterate moron.
Yeah, Dan, it's okay. We've defined where you're at, mate. You're in the hard place. When you want to accept that you have got some Earth measurements, you can come back and get on your knees. An acknowledgement of the Earth that is measured flat by you and everyone, always. Or you can remain in the hard place, denying that you've got any measurements. So just the calculations then, Dan. No measurements then, Dan. Yeah, I know, yeah. Earth's measured flat.
In viewing.
Measured angles shouldn't or should be something is a non sequitur that's beyond idiotic. Because I measure an angle to that tree is a statement about me measuring an angle to the tree in the distance. I measure an angle to this mountain is simply a measurement that is a prerequisite flat earth measurement, as opposed to it should be 2 degrees. It should be 8 degrees. No, it shouldn't be anything. It just is what you measure it.
The angle to a mountain or a tree depends on height difference and distance.
Both require Earth as surface level for them to be angles. Welcome to flat Earth.
Everyone's in
How's he going to get distance?
Adam first. Adam QE, then
It doesn't
Neil.
matter. Listen to the parameters. What does it depend on?
Degrees. No, it shouldn't be
distance,
anything.
yeah,
It just
yeah, but not
is
curvature,
what
then,
you measure it.
The angle to a mountain or a tree depends on height difference and distance.
Pause. Let Adam finish what he's saying. You didn't hear him?
Yeah, I was replaying what SciManDan said, because I thought that was...
Yeah, he was replaying it.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Adam, do you want me to replay what he actually says, or do you want to comment on it with the interruptions being the bit that's been heard by the audience? Which would you prefer?
Oh, God.
I'm going to go with your recommended
I'm going to play again. Everyone
you're
shush.
the host.
Then I'll cue you in, Adam. Agrees. No, it shouldn't be anything. It just is what you measure it.
The angle to a mountain or a tree depends on height difference and distance. Both are which measurable, predictable, and calculable. If you...
Right, that's fine, yeah? And on a flat Earth, the height of the tree does depend on its size and its distance. The same with a mountain on a flat Earth. Or if you live on a ball, unfortunately, the angular size of something is going to be subjected to not only its reduction at distance, but also the rate of curve, won't it? But as Dan's kindly pointed out, when we calculate these things in the real world, we don't account for curvature.
No, there is no measuring angular anything on a ball.
Well, you can try and do that, can't you? But it negates the point that Dan's admitting the parameters for doing stuff on a ball are not in the way he would do things. That's the important thing I'm hearing, that he admits that the way you calculate the size of something by measuring its angle is to assume you're on a flat Earth. And whatever you do not include rate of drop, which would affect your results. Otherwise, you'll get the wrong size of the mountain, won't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I'm saying if you're going to be in the hard place, that is the deception that you've only got calculations and nothing's being measured because the measurements are all flat, then you can stay there. But the moment that you do the other thing, which is the rock, then you'll have me saying, so you're back on your knees, in acknowledgement of the flat surface level that you need to measure, aren't you, Dan? How cool it is to see you on the rock. Yeah, on your knees, and acknowledge just how flat the surface level will be for these measurements.
Yeah, but you got something better. He's just told you unequivocally that you do not, no matter how far away the mountain is, whatever you do when you're working out, when you're calculating its height, having measured its angle, whatever you do, don't, to be accurate, assume there's any curvature. In fact, keep the curvature rate at 0. That's what he's just told you.
Yep.
Claim the Earth to be flat, your prediction for that angle will be different than if we assume it's a globe.
No
and you can absolutely
prediction.
test that.
There's no predictions for elevation angles. Predictions are only in natural science. You don't predict elevation angle. What do you mean? You guess?
Yeah.
I think it's 24.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's taking what is a flat Earth only measurement and saying, hypothetically, if we ignore that it's a measurement and say it's a calculation, then I can compare what is called a calculation in terms of its predictive capabilities within 2 contrasting models. Let's see how this calculation of the angle works on a flat Earth versus how this calculation of an angle works on a globe Earth. No, what I'm saying is, if you want to discuss how these calculations of angles, the measurements are flat. So if we're going to move forward in this discussion, then we're going to be using angles that are only capable of measurement from a flat Earth. So you're back on the rock, yeah? Like I say, you can hear all about Dan's unfortunate position with this respect. Back on the rock, acknowledging that, oh, well, if we compare and contrast how flat Earth only measurements work on a globe, if we call them calculations, if they're calculations, they're not measurements. If they're measurements, then Earth's flat. It is that simple.
Nathan saying it just is what you measure is a way of dodging that model.
Oh, sorry. Me saying it is what we measure is dodging a model, is it, Dan? No, I'm saying it is what it's measured as because it is what it's measured as. If I say we measure it as flat because it's flat and that's how we measure it, that seems perfectly reasonable. But Dan says it's unreasonable to accept how it's measured. That would be dodging a model. No. I'm saying that if you want to use these flat Earth measurements to acknowledge your model, then you're going to be on your knees acknowledging how Earth gets measured flat, maybe just for 50k at first. But eventually you'll accept the entirety of the surface level that we are measuring. Because you don't have a model without the flat Earth measurements. I'm not dodging a model when I eloquently unpack heliocentric derivations of flat Earth elevation angle measurements, for example, to Polaris. That's not me dodging your model. That's me explaining to my audience how your model of a ball is created with flat Earth measurements. It seems like Dan's dodging the flat Earth prerequisite measurements of Earth's surface in order to affirm his model. My God.
Yeah, that's what I said. Can we see that model that he created?
Is that what you were laughing at, Brian? Go ahead.
No, I'm on the same trail as QE. You're claiming that he has some model. Can we see this? As you're claiming it.
Well, the globe that they derive with a radial value that's used to extrapolate out into things like the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator, utilization of an R value derived from a minimum elevation angle measurement off a flat Earth to Polaris. That would give you an R value for you to deny on a local scale at 50 kilometers. We've got a distance to a geometric horizon below the surface level. We're measuring for our height for a 1.22 times the square root of said height above surface level. So in that respect, when I say model, I'm talking about begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations with an R value derived from flat Earth elevation angle minimums to Polaris, or Al-Biruni's derivation of R from surface level height, and therefore on a mountain a dip angle measurement below the surface level in the same way the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve calculator utilises surface level. So all of his quote-unquote model utilization that he's saying I'm denying is au contraire. It's you, that's SciManDan, denying the surface level measurements that you create your model with. I'm not denying them. I know how flat Earth must be to measure to give you that model that you say I'm denying, and I do educate my audience on that model.
Oh,
That
you
was
good?
pathetic, Nathan.
Yeah, it was quite pathetic. We need to see the model, not words. We need to see it.
You're not charging me with anything. I'll derive R values from Copernican inferences all day long. That's not my charge. I'm not responsible for this. Unless you're talking to Dan.
You were in accord with his model. So let's see the model.
Exactly.
No, I'm
You
not.
didn't contest the model.
Hold on. Normally Neil's the voice of reason. Am I guilty of something here, Neil?
Yes.
You didn't. You did not contest the model, so you agreed to it.
No, I defined it as the
So you must be
Copernican
able to produce
derivation.
this model.
I described it as the Copernican derivation. I don't feel like I'm guilty. I'm not accepting this charge. No way.
You described what? The model?
The R
Yeah,
derivation.
yeah.
That's it. Like to give us what's on screen now, right? This. Where'd you get the radial value for this?
That ain't a model.
Okay.
Could you give us the exact waffle you just gave us there a minute ago? All of it, please, verbatim. You're guilty of that.
No, I cannot.
He's not.
Because the globe
He's
model
not
works and the flat Earth one does not.
What model? Give us that model, Dan. Give us it now.
There you go.
What model? There you go. You happy?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
what's
here
on
we
screen
are
now
in
is a diagram, it's not a model. It's just showing a relationship between measurements. It's not in any way a model.
Oh, that sounds like you're going. Everyone's against me today. Well, thanks a bunch, John. You used to be my favourite. I thought you loved me.
I've been trying to tell you this for like 5 or 6 years now.
Fair enough. Right, can the ghostwriters pipe down for a bit, please? The dicey realms of what things should be. No, what they are measured as thus far is flat. And that is the end of the discussion, because there isn't one. If you're going to suggest there is a discussion moving forward, then please, ball believers, on your knees acknowledging the linear distance, perpendicular elevation, and flat Earth prerequisite elevation angle.
Yeah, okay. On a local scale, I will acknowledge all of that. Just a couple of points though. Measuring linear distance doesn't mean the Earth is flat. It means you're measuring the shortest path between 2 points.
He's done. He's done. So he would agree locally it's a flat horizontal plane. So if we got everyone, in theory, to measure on locally, then the whole thing's flat.
Yeah, we do. That's
Yeah,
how
he hung
it has
himself.
been measured.
Yeah,
It is measured in that
snap
way. It's
on the
all
middle.
with respect to sea level, though. That is how it's measured, isn't it?
No, get focused now. He said locally, right? So if we get everyone locally to do the same measurement, then the Earth is flat. He just agreed with that. He's an imbecile.
Yeah. What
Yeah,
I'm
it's
saying is, I don't.
just with the
Let me
pedal.
just acknowledge QE. Just one sec. Yeah. Yes, QE. If we make it seem like it's a debate point where it matters whether or not Dan and his crew agree in terms of how Earth gets measured for him at a local level, then yeah, if he and all his numpties with their heights above geoid level agreed, then yeah, they'd all be measuring a massive flat surface level area locally for all of them. But meanwhile, Earth has already been measured, and it's all with respect to sea level. Not actually height above geoid level, but just all with respect to sea level. It's already been measured.
Geode.
Geode level.
Pardon me. Have you taken into account that it's a Home Depot?
Earth is like Home Depot.
Over small distances, you can use straight line approximations. But over large distances, we use great circles, which only makes sense on a globe.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Show.
Dan's never used a map.
Yeah,
Dan's never used a map. He's never used a compass. Go ahead, Brian first. Thank you.
No, we both said show.
Exactly, yeah. He's telling lies again.
Oh, just the one word then. Show. Just show.
Yep.
Well, do you want me to break it down, Nathan?
Yes, please.
The great circle routes, the great circles he's talking about, he doesn't know this, but they're actually straight lines, not great circles, and they're only north to south and south to north, because rumline distances are used more often by airlines, way more often, and the great circle route distance, it only matches the rumline distances at very small levels. The reason being is that the rumline distances are greater than great circle route distances. So how can a great circle route exist when that's the greatest distance you could travel on a sphere route with a radius of 3959 miles, yet the rumline distances are longer? How can there be longer distances than a great circle route? Claim great circle route if we were on a globe. That would mean we'd be traveling where there isn't any Earth. On its face, it's a disaster. But the claim of great circles are a disaster. Anyway, show us these. Prove there are these circles. Show. So what Huey said, and I agreed with, was totally fine. Show it. Show it. Prove it. Demonstrate.
For it to be a circle, the radius must be a straight line, and the radius that you're drawing out is on the surface of Earth. What is he talking about?
Flat.
He's trying to refer to great circle routes that the airlines claim to use, but it's only mathematical. Like even that, remember that navigator on the ship said, they call them great circles, but they're just a straight line. There they are on a map. Remember he said it. These supposed great circle routes, they're just straight lines. Rumline distance, and most of the time they fly rumline distances because the rumline distances are more correct. Rumline distances are longer often. So how can you have a longer than a great circle route distance on the Earth if the Earth is a globe?
Why wouldn't you have a spherical route? Why a circle route? Isn't a circle flat?
Yeah, that's another point. Exactly. You know what I mean? Look, the whole lot is made up. It's QE is correct. Show, prove, demonstrate.
It will be
100%
required to have this claimed to be discussion, which it is not. Upon your sinking to your knees in acknowledgement of the flat Earth we measure, and we only measure a flat Earth. I just want to thank Dan, not only for putting out the information about my book, thanks for using that bit of the video, but also for sinking to your knees in acknowledgement of the Earth that is measured flat. Yeah? Thanks, Dan. It puts an end to any suggested discussion.
Well, it doesn't really, because we don't only measure Earth flat.
Oh, we don't only measure Earth flat. So we do measure Earth flat, Dan, but we just don't only measure it flat. No, you calculate it into a sphere, but you absolutely, without question, require Earth to be measured flat in all respects and aspects, because that's how it's measured. As you admitted to, Dan. Good.
He's made a claim of measurement now. It's demonstration time. No more talking. Demonstrate.
John, we don't only measure Earth flat. Okay? Which would require measure Earth flat. Can we get a J on that? Because that was great.
We measure
a flat Earth. It puts an end to any suggested discussion.
Well, it doesn't really, because we don't only measure Earth flat. We measure it curved. Long-distance geodetic surveying must apply spherical Earth models. High-altitude bloom flights measure Earth's curvature. The properly conducted Bedford level experiment does too, as well as countless other things. Dear
I mean, those are his standards.
Countless other things.
Right, altitude is off sea level. Let's just do that. Let's just break down his list, and because he's put he's scattergunned right at the end. Maybe he knew we'd be responding to this, and it'd be me at the point of exhaustion. Right, let's have a listen to this list.
Are we not commenting on that one?
Well, I'm going to play the list again. So yes, hold on, Adam. Yes, we're going to play the list through again, and then you're going to respond to hopefully all of the aspects in the list. Ready?
Earth models. High-altitude bloom flights measure Earth's curvature.
No,
Altitude itself is off surface level or sea level. That's how you describe the altitude. So again, you're either, Dan, if you're going to describe the altitude, it's height off sea level. Sea level. Perpendicular to it. Vertical, orientation, height, up. All of these things require Earth. If you're describing Earth in measurement form, to have an axiomatic connection to the surface level for height, Dan. So before you get onto your straw man that you use after the fact, you need to be on your knees acknowledging the flat Earth that's perpendicular to your altitude measurement. Oh, you can deny that it's a measurement. No, they're calculating their height off surface level. Sorry, they're calculating their height off surface geoid. Right, Dan? No,
geode.
Geode. It's the height off surface geode calculated, actually, neckbeards of the world.
The properly conducted Bedford level experiment.
Oh my. The Bedford level? Bedford level's a flat Earth shit show that Dan's appealing to for Earth being measured as a sphere. The Bedford level? Hold on, Dan. Is the Bedford level bigger than 50k? Are you having me on?
Yeah, you kind of missed that one. Is it an experiment? He said the Bedford level experiment.
Yeah, it's not an experiment. It's not the assertion of cause and effect reasoning based on the observation of a naturally occurring phenomena. Far from it. He's an idiot. He doesn't know what science is.
Yeah, he'd fail 5th grade intro to general science also, along with his 3rd grade geometric illiteracy. He's an imbecile.
Correctly, what did he say? Correctly what? Correctly done or correctly something? Bedford level. What was it he said about correctly?
I think correctly performed.
Ah, yes.
Experiment.
Yeah, right.
Well, you're going to do an experiment like that, like going to the Bedford level. Then when you do that experiment, you've got to perform going to the Bedford levels correctly. Like if you went to Wales, you wouldn't be going to the Bedford level. You wouldn't have done that experiment right because you'd be in Wales, not at the Bedford level.
Oh, you're talking about Adam's talking about doing the Wales experiment.
The Wales experiment. But no, correctly, when he says correctly, perform it correctly, what he's actually talking about is nobody added 7/6 or greater than 7/6.
Oh, God. That's what he's really telling us, right?
That is what he's referring to, yeah.
Oh, brother.
Experiment does too, as well as countless other things.
Really? Countless other things. I mean, you've conceded to all the measurements that I had in my video while you said I was a stinky poo. So you've just conceded to mine. They're actual measurements of Earth, though. I mean, no one's utilising the Bedford level to suggest that we've got locally greater than 50k of flatness that you've conceded to. But actually, that's a very local curve measurement, if done correctly. I mean, my God, how much do you want to contradict yourself in one video? Was this cognitively painful to make, Dan? I mean, seriously, I actually pity you. At this point, I can only imagine that this is cognitively painful. And looking at your face during the stills that I'm pausing, it looks like you're mentally retarded. I mean, struggling with this.
Dear, oh dear, Nathan, this has been an awful video for you. It really has.
Point of order, Nathan. Point of order. Chocolate, we cannot hear you. Whenever you speak, it sounds like... So every time you talk, the only thing you're doing is interrupting at a low level. Just FYI.
Mic check. Can you hear this? Can you hear me?
Somewhat.
Yes, it's okay.
That's a yes, Chocolate. We can hear you now. He's just doesn't want to admit that we can hear you now.
Says you, mumble boy.
Pot meat kettle.
Well, there we go. Another one finished.
Hello, mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes, probably on Thursday sometime, Brian, maybe Friday. We'll cover it then.
Please do let me know in the comments what you thought of Nathan's performance there.
Fantastic. What a brilliant cue. I mean, it's nice that you're encouraging people to go to your comment section, Dan. I wonder if you put a link to my video that you responded to. Absolutely not. You're a scumbag. But I'll do what you didn't, which is put a link to your video below mine, when I instruct my audience to go and help you in the YouTube algorithmic love that you failed to offer me when you're covering my video with your 500,000, 600,000 subscribers watching it. Absolutely zero acknowledgement. Other than the acknowledgement of the 50k you measure Earth flat with, or the trig that we can measure Earth flat with because at the local scale of the Bedford level, it's perfectly fine to use trig. Do they use trig at Bedford level, dum-dum? Please let Dan know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment. Oops, wrong buttons. Only on one TV today because it's too hot. I need to click this button. There it is. Please let SciManDan know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment that alludes to the fact that we have covered his video. I mean, obviously, if you call him a scumbag for not putting a link to my video in his, then that would get immediately deleted by Dan or the YouTube algorithmic bots that favour him over me, even though he's conceding to all my points while calling me a stinky bum. Meanwhile, Dan, behaving like he's been dropped on his head, said it's actually not sea level we measure from, we only calculate from geoid level. And Nathan's denying the model that he hasn't got.
Geode. Yeah, he ain't gonna get it, QE.
Oh, God. If I don't say geode, it mean not acknowledging it is making
You
it
can
think,
say geoid. Geoid is fine in the UK.
Geoid?
No, but see, we gotta hold him to what he says. And he said geode.
Yeah. I want one of those ones that you're cracking off and then there's crystals inside.
I hate this.
Geode.
The more I try and dodge this misspeak as being unimportant, because literally in this show I couldn't say the word kilometres because I was so I was starting to feel drunk. Do you remember I was saying about it the other day? I have kept myself nice and hydrated this time. But his misspeak is irrelevant. But me not
it
wanting...
is relevant. It is not the same thing. He deliberately said, he even said, don't you understand the word geode? For God's sake. My word, you're trying to dismiss it. He's an imbecile. He's a pretender clown fraud. He doesn't even know how to pronounce the words of his own religion. My word.
I say we're all done and dusted for another one. Thanks so much for watching today. It is as ever appreciated. If you enjoyed it, please do consider subscribing to the channel, hitting the thumbs up button too, and sharing as well if the feeling takes you. Thank you. I've been SciManDan. Have yourselves a great day, and I'll see you tomorrow for our favourite demonstrable realist.
Yeah, same here. So with that, another huge, massive, enormous thank you to all of you for tuning in live. But this is where we say farewell to the live audience. But if you are watching on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering Streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
His audience deserves him. Nathan's right about that.
Ryan, didn't Tinfoil Hat Man do the Bedford level experiment?
No, he's going to. It's that he did go there to do it, but the conditions was really bad that he was just looking at this wavy picture in the distance. The conditions were just too bad. I think he went there to do it, and the conditions were really bad.
Okay.
It was just like he was seeing something in the distance, but it was like all wavy. So there was no point, he said.
You know
but
what?
He's going to, I think, in the future.
I think if we do it long enough, one day, right, we won't have evaporation above this reservoir. What do you call it? The word
Canal.
Canal. Reservoir. Canal. One day there won't be any water in the canal, and then it'll work because there won't be a wibbly wobbly air of water and thick air above it. Dirty air. What is it? Anthony Wright. I can't think of the words from long ago.
Dirty air.
Is it dirty air?
Dirty air. Yeah.
Dirty air. That's what it is. Oh, it's stupid.
So
we should ascribe this shit to them. SciManDan can have the Bedford level experiment, which it isn't. Okay, that's your standards. So when we're actually doing any proper measuring of Earth, we're measuring it over 50k, say. It's all flat, all works perfectly well with trig. It's all good. But when we want to prove it's a ball, we'll use the Bedford level. Yeah, dum-dums? How long's that? Yeah? Couple of K? Well done, dickheads. What the hell? Yeah, you can have it. Yeah. But when we're actually doing proper measurements of Earth, we measure it flat. You dickheads can have the Bedford level. Keep it. What's that? You haven't got a good enough day to show how refracted it ends. Okay, yeah, good.
No, it's a joke because it corrects. Sorry, Chocolate. Go on, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say my favorite part is that the Bedford level experiment was high on the list, but to top off to round off the list, there was countless other things. That's my favorite part. Countless other things, but the Bedford level had to get a mention. That's pretty funny, considering that now that's one of the globe proofs. Interesting.
They want us arguing about this crap. Look, the crappy feast and nonsense garbage that Rowbotham was arguing about hundreds of years ago, that's our globe proof. Yeah, meanwhile, I'm telling our audience how the book that's about to come out will be lasting several hundred years before it's bettered. Well, what's it really replacing? In my humble opinion, this crap that was full of feast and nonsense. That's what it's replacing. So when people moan about it, and let's be honest, the starting line looks good to me. There's quite a little crowd gathering around the starting line for this book. Normally, you launch the book and then you get into promoting it, and then people hear about it. Seems good to me. Got people gathering around waiting for it to be launched. Fantastic. That's because they're absolutely scared shitless, aren't they? Let's not pretend this isn't happening the way it's happening. Dan's conceding Earth's flat in this video about me. It doesn't matter which way you dice it, more than 3, 4, 5 times he's conceding how flat Earth gets measured. Isn't he? Why? Well, he doesn't want to be caught with his pants down when people start realising it. This is his early concession. Oh, Nathan's an idiot. Concede that Earth's measured flat this way and then tell them it's an idiot again, so we're all in line with the rhetoric up until now. But offering himself a little bit of plausible deniability as far as I can see. Oh, really, Dan? Just want to get it in early that you did acknowledge how Earth got measured flat, right? I mean, you only acknowledged it in a little bit of 50k capacity whilst telling your audience I was still dumb, though, right? So it's all good by your audience, right, Dan? Oh, dear. I see it like it is. Get your concession in early. Yeah?
Locally flat.
Locally flat? Right. Now, Jaron's done it in a different order. Pretend to be flat Earth and then fall on the sword of locally flat and then go back to the globe. Dan's doing it the other way around. I don't give a crap. One by one, they'll all acknowledge just how Earth gets measured. It's never going to change. It always was measured flat.
I mean, let me level with you. You know, from human perspective, Earth curve is tiny. So therefore, we measure flat. I mean, that's literally what he said. He spent the entire video telling us how Earth is measured flat. But it breaks down at big distances. Okay, SciManDan, that's adorable.
They're all trying to get ahead of the book.
No, they're all trying to get ahead of the measurements that they can't do anything about. That's what they're trying to get ahead of.
Well, that's what's in the book. So, yeah.
But there's lots of stuff in the book. But what SciManDan is trying to get ahead of is the measurements that will be spoken about in the book.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's correct. He's trying to get ahead of the measurements. Control. He's got to, like, I just compared him to Jaron, but Jaron's used it as an exit strategy. But how is that any different? He's acknowledging the measurements of Earth are flat, isn't he? He's trying to get ahead of the measurements. That's a good way of putting it.
So much so that he's willing to lie. Yep. As what I said he did earlier, he did. What he did was take the amount of Earth curve that would block the bottom of the mountain for the observer, mathematically, basically make the mountain smaller, and then use 2 parallel verticals and a horizontal distance between them, the observer and the remainder of the mountain, to give an angular size. So that is not correct. He didn't diverge his zeniths, right? And he doesn't have an angular size on a globe, number one. But he didn't diverge his zeniths. So the amount of the mountain that the observer would see would not be what he just tried to calculate for. You understand? If you were talking about his paradigm, you would not get what he claimed. He said, a surveyor is not going to do 0.116 whatever of a degree. Well, surveyors can actually do that, but measure it out. It's more, but to a pretty accurate standard. The point being is that what he's after using to come up with that figure is fraudulent. He's using parallel verticals and a horizontal distance between them to do the thing. So he's basically just talking about a smaller mountain, a mountain that doesn't exist in that position in reality. That's what he's doing. It's ridiculous.
I mean, what I heard was him telling his audience it's okay to measure Earth flat. In some capacity, it's flat, so it's okay. But that's only because it's a really big ball. Sound familiar?
Yeah, they must account for curvature on the bigger scale. Anyway, moving on. No examples, no demonstrations, no processes. They do it like this. They start at point A, and then the next point is point B. There's no processes being extrapolated upon by him or any of the rest of these people, because they don't do what they're saying. They don't measure. They don't account for anything. They don't have to account for anything. It's bullshit.
Yeah, they never show.
Exactly. No demonstration, no showing, no even detailing of the process. Just on the bigger scale, they must account for curvature. Anyway, moving on to the next thing. That's all you get out of them. Baseless claims.
Brian, from the human scale, curvature is tiny. Therefore, we measure it flat, locally. Look, let me level with you. Even the surveyors use a flat reference to make their approximation. Man, come on. So everything I just said agrees with Nathan Oakley, but he's also wrong. This is what we're listening to. It's insanity, man.
No, Doctor, I'd like to see you go up and say to one of those surveyors that he's not measuring curvature. That's what I'd like to see. Go up and tell him, Chocolate. I'd like to see that. Just like SciManDan would like to see Nathan telling the surveyor he's measuring it wrong if he's trying to measure the output of low.
But didn't Bev do that or something? Didn't he go up to a surveyor?
Yeah. He said it's all flat, can't be curved.
That was Bev, right? I think it was Bev.
All of them. Dan's just the first to come out and confirm this in a big way. Yeah, we can measure Earth, but that's perfectly acceptable. It's because it's negligible on a big scale. The curve, that is. That we definitely measure because when we measure it flat on a small scale, it doesn't work on a big scale. So therefore it's curved. No examples like you say, but he's affirming how flat we are allowed to tolerate it being measured. That's what he's telling his audience. It's okay to measure it flat. That's what I took away from that. Did anybody else take the overarching theme of it's okay to measure it flat? That's normal. Doesn't mean it's flat.
At some point, he said,
literally what he's
okay, so.
Sorry, man. Yeah, I agree.
No,
that's what I take from it. That's what I heard the entire time. Every time he tried to say it's spherical, but that came from locally flat measurements that it seems like he's okay with to say. He even said we don't only measure Earth flat. Wait, so you are measuring Earth flat? When you say you don't only do that, that means you do that. Are you an idiot?
What were you going to say, Adam?
No, I was just going to say at one point in the video and toward the beginning, he says, okay, so, and then he continues to say basically, so we definitely measure Earth flat, but it's okay because we calculate out of that.
What I heard him say is, just because we measure Earth flat doesn't mean it is flat. That's what I heard him say.
Yes, that was a much better summary. Just because we measure Earth flat doesn't mean it is flat was a good summary, Brian. Much better than mine.
Oh, that's good, Brian.
Because He can't deny the measurements, but he must deny the overall aspect. You know.
Just because we measure Earth flat, it doesn't mean it's really flat.
Yeah, it's the same as when you were talking about elevation angles, and suddenly we weren't referencing the surface. So the elevation was the elevation above what, a tangent? Do you know what I mean? It's the same thing as that. They accept the measurements because they can't not, then they deny the overall aspect.
Didn't you also say that Nathan smells or has cooties?
Look, we don't just measure Earth flat, okay?
We also calculate it to be flat.
And that's okay. Like, that's what he sounds like he's saying. Like, we don't only measure it flat. We do measure it straight. But it's okay that we also measure it flat. Because we have to. Because we can't measure it spherically because the curvature is tiny from human perspective. Therefore, everywhere you are locally, you will measure that flat.
Well, what he's saying...
Bravo to SciManDan for this. Sorry, but...
No, you're okay, Chocolate. I didn't realize that you weren't finished. Well, what he's saying is he's talking out of both sides of his mouth, as QE would say. Is that in one instance, he's saying the surveyors are measuring it locally. Now, locally is going to be wherever you can see, right? Regardless of the distance, if you can see it and you can measure to it and of it, then it's local for you, right, if you want to say that. The surveyors are measuring the Earth flat locally, but they're not measuring it flat at the bigger scale. But you can only measure locally. If you can measure outside of local, if you know what I mean. It's like if you're standing on a mountain, you're a geodetic surveyor, and you're measuring the angle between you and some other mountains, blah, 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 that you've already established the distance between, et cetera, then you're measuring your local area of your workspace, right? You can't measure anything that isn't local because you're not there to measure it. For it to be local, you have to be there, right? So these bigger extrapolations that he's talking about are nothing because they don't measure any of that. They measure what they can see. And if they can't see it, they can't measure it. It's that simple. So in one way, he's saying surveyors are basically aren't measuring the curvature because it's negligible. So a drop over distance is negligible to surveyors who can measure within seconds of a degree. A drop over distance is negligible. But like with a total station, for instance, yeah, it's just negligible. Right? Is he crazy?
Is this?
I mean,
it's them high altitude balloons that do the measurements.
Speaking of altitudes, listen to this nonsense. Airplanes maintain a consistent distance from the center of the Earth, which means they automatically follow curvature of the Earth. Is that a bunch of lies?
Neil, I don't even know where you're getting that nonsense from. But,
wow.
Not according to pitch data, right? And the lift effect.
Listen to this. Airplanes maintain level flight on a globe by using
you can't. You said level, that's it. You said, no, you have to contradict yourself. Level flight on a globe. That's it. It's over.
Let me just read and then you respond.
I don't need to hear it. I know what it is. I've heard it a billion times.
Level flight on a globe by using, it's funny to me, so I'm going to say it, by using autopilot systems and instruments that monitor altitude and adjust for Earth's curvature. Creating
which instruments do
that follows the curve of the Earth. Wow, that's perfect.
Which instruments adjust? Which are these instruments that adjust, please? You're after reading it out. It must be your friend.
They don't say it. Let me see if I can find. Okay, instruments. Okay. Altimeter.
The altimeter doesn't adjust for anything. It gives you, based off of air pressure, your altitude above sea level. So, no, that's not going to work. What's the next one?
Okay, next one. That's the only instrument it went under is altimeter, and they're claiming that it measures the level of flight by using a barometer.
Begging the question, right? That it's a begging the question. What they're trying to do is beg the question with an altimeter, something that deals with altitude above sea level. It's like I don't even like these
Yeah, they
things.
do
I don't
admit
know
the
why you
sea
even read them
level.
out.
They do admit the sea
So
level
that's it.
part
It's
at the
over.
end.
They're contradicting themselves. Their claim contradicts what's going on in reality. It's done. Claim is over. There's nothing left to talk about.
But why is this able to be pulled up for anybody? Why not real stuff? Why can't we get real stuff in there?
Because the world is corrupt.
Yeah, but there's got to be a way to get in the stuff that we have in there. So when people search it out, they find out reality, not this nonsense. The one of them I was looking at, it says, they use gravity and they use a stick. Picture a large stick connected to the plane. That's gravity.
Wow.
That's the very thing that Adam Meakin showed to be 100% incorrect in 2016. That's the very thing that he showed. Because he showed that if the zeniths were diverging, then he wouldn't be able to get the data he's getting. He got parallel zeniths.
Right.
So what they're trying to claim is like, just go and watch Wolfie speaking to Will Duffy, and you'll see what they're claiming. Watch their demonstration, Will Duffy's and Wolfie's demonstrations with the toy globe. Yeah, watch their demonstrations. For anyone who wants to know what the hell that's about. What a joke.
I say it's only a matter of time.
I keep asking people from the globe side, what is the calculation that I must use to calculate the curvature? But unfortunately, nobody can answer the question. Now, I know obviously some people will say 8 inches per mile squared is an approximate, but how would you put that into context? So if I'm flying an airplane and I want to avoid the mountain that's coming up, if I have to understand that it's around the curve, how would I work out how high I am from the ground and what is the adjustment in the distance? Because I'm higher in altitude, so the curve's actually now bigger than it was in the ground.
Well, you have to go into abject crazy nonsense. And basically, you don't have to look. If it's a joke, it doesn't. For me to even answer this question, I have to literally beg the question for them. Because I have to give them gas pressure and I have to give them an altitude and all these other things. Like, it's just them trying to hijack reality. That's all it is. If you're 6 miles high in the air and the mountain is 3 miles high, then it won't matter. If you still hold 6 miles high in the air, you're not going to hit the mountain. You're higher than the mountain, so you won't hit it. There is a clearance. I think it's 1,000 feet or something like that is the clearance. That you always have to have a certain amount of clearance over mountains and other things. And it could change. It could be different for mountains than it is for, let's say, a cityscape or whatever. But there's always a clearance amount that you have to be above. But in general, it's like, in reality, it's just like, well, you're flying straight, you're 6 miles up, the mountain is 3 miles high, so you're not going to hit it. Now, if you were to take that into their paradigm, mathematically, you wouldn't hit it either, because you're 3 miles above or 6 miles above, and the mountain is 3 miles above. So it wouldn't hit it either. It'd just be the mountain would be one circle, and you would be on a bigger circle above it. That's all it would be. But you have to literally beg the question and go into their nonsense to even try and address that in any way, shape, or form. And you have to literally deny the axioms used within flight and used within measurement. And the whole lot is a mess. So it's actually, what makes it difficult is because you have to get into their paradigm too.
to even and ignore a load of stuff in reality to even attempt to make that even an answer.
All right, we ready?
No, what?
Go on.
Absolutely nonsensical thing to say. Apparently, elevations are measured from the Flat Earth headquarters now, right next to the big ice wall gift shop. 6,000 feet above sea level does not mean flat ground forever. It means the average level of the oceans, which, by the way, curve with Earth. That's why we call it a geode. Ever heard of that word, Nathan?
Ever heard of that word, Nathan? Geode?
He did say geode. Wow.
Which, by the way, curve with Earth. That's why we call it a geode. Ever heard of that? Oceans, which, by the way, curve with Earth. That's why we call it a geode. Ever heard of that word, Nathan? When you say 6,000 feet.
Good.
Can't get 6,000 feet from that thing you got behind you.
Just right off the tangent anyway. Geode.
Is a
Ever
geode
heard of
a
that
rock?
word, Nathan?
Is a geode a rock with a hollow formation inside?
Can you have NASA show us this geode? You fucking imbecile, you. I'm gonna save that. Play, dumb fuck. Copy at current time. We'll deal with that tomorrow.
How do you spell geode anyway?
Geode. Geode. Let me stop sharing. Adam. Go.
You
All right,
shout my
well-
name there. Sorry, I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Adam.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I'm at work still, mate.
Fuck.
Yeah, I'm at work. Oh, I'm wanted. You have to bear with me 2 minutes.
All right.
I thought it was 12:30.
It is, but we're trying to start off, get an early start.
Oh, yeah. Sounds good. So a geode is a spherical or egg-shaped rock formation containing a hollow cavity lined with crystals.
That's what Adam said.
Oh, that's what Adam meant. Oh, it's formed over millions of years. Wow. Amazing.
I've got to round out because there's literally silence. I've stepped away for 5 seconds. Okay, with that, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.